Oh, okay, excellent. Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Will you all please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, would you mind providing the announcement and the TV coverage information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission and everyone. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County and Santa Barbara Television CSPTV on Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orchid hearings. Today's broadcast will also be streamed live on the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to roll call?
That would be very nice, thank you.
Commissioner Police. Here. Commissioner Senauer?
Here.
Commissioner Stahl?
Here.
Commissioner Kupiak?
Here.
And Chair Miller?
Here.
Thank you.
I feel like Commissioner Kubiak is like our beloved Dodgers, kind of a Southern California guy currently in Brooklyn.
Taking a beating.
Excellent. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any speaker requests for public comment for items not on the agenda today?
Mr. Chair, I believe that all of our speaker slips are for item number 1 on our standard agenda, but I would just entertain anyone who'd like to online or in person if you intend to speak at this moment, just to make your presence known. And not seeing anybody.
Okay. Excellent. In that case, I am going to take a little bit of chair's discretion here and review kind of the process that got us to this point. That this was an item that was, without speaking to the merits of what we were discussing today at all, that this was an item that was originally agendized for this body, and that on September 20th, there was a decision made to redirect this to the County Planning Commission. At the time, this was characterized as something that did not have discretion and needed to be switched to the County Planning Commission. We have subsequently come to understand that as of September 20th, it was within the discretion of the county to have agendized this item at the Board of Supervisors, for the Board of Supervisors on the October 1st meeting to have voted to assign responsibility for this matter back to the Montecito Planning Commission. In consultation with other planning commissioners, there has been a profound disappointment that that discretion was neither vocalized nor exercised, that this was viewed as a matter that could not be addressed by this body when in fact it could have been, and characterizing something as required when there was discretion on this matter has been corrosive to trust between staff and the county and the Montecito planning commissioners. And so I think the consequences of this will resonate both through this hearing and into future understandings of how to understand for this body when something is discretionary and when it is not. And so with that, let's read the first item into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Miramar Acquisition Company, LLC, to consider the following case numbers 24 RVP 50 and 51, case number 24 AMD 8, 24 CDP 77, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code section 21159.25.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. And now we will turn to ex parte communication, and I will go first. My spouse is the junior warden of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church, who is an interested party in this matter, as well as I am a parishioner there. On the advice of County Council, that this represents a conflict of interest that requires me to recuse myself from this matter. And so I will be recusing myself from this meeting and turning the chairmanship up to Commissioner Senhauer.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall. I don't think I have to. So, yeah. So I will continue. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Just slide over. I will continue with ex parte communications with the commissioners. Commissioner Kupiak. Commissioner Kupiak, do you have any
I'm just
ex
sorry. I was
parte? No
unmuting
worries.
myself.
No worries.
Many months ago, I had a meeting with the representatives of the Miramar Hotel. I don't know how many months ago, a year ago. And that is the last conversations that I've had with folks from the Miramar. I've also met with representatives of the All Saints Church to listen to their point of view about this matter, and also met with Cliff Gerson and his group to hear their side of the matter. And those are all of my ex parte discussions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kupiak. Commissioner Police, please.
Yes, I was actually at the same meeting for different hours, but I participated with, I actually listened to the All Saints pastor and his representatives speak their mind regarding their issues with the Miramar, as well as the neighborhood committee. But I also had 2 meetings with the management of the Miramar, and all the meetings were productive and satisfying enough to report on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stahl.
I also have met twice with representatives from the Miramar. I've met with Cliff Gerson. I've met with Sherry, who represents the All Saints, various neighbors of the Hedgerow area and the Humphrey Road area. And I think that's it.
Thank you. For my ex parte, I'm a little more detailed. I have dates. I'll start with the Miramar team. I started meeting there in 2023 with the development team, and it was May 11th, 2023, August 15th, 2023, September 13th, 2023, December 13th, 2023, March 14th, 2024, May 8th, 2024, and August 20th, 2024. I met with, had a meeting with Mr. Chitillo on September 15th, 2024. Ms. Paige Robinson on 7/24, it looks like. I'm sorry, my writing is not so clear. On 9/11/2024, I met with Reverend Smith of All Saints, along with his team. I have spoken to Paige Robinson last year and this year, and Phil Drocht on 10/24 yesterday. I think that concludes my ex parte. Anyone else have any other thoughts?
You know, I must add, if I may, I met yesterday with Joe Cole, the attorney, land use attorney in Montecito.
We had some late submissions, which were more than one-pagers and late submissions. And I believe the protocol is to accept them into the record. Is that correct? to vote to accept them into the record. Yes?
Madam Chair, so according to the Montecito Planning Commission's procedures manual, letters longer than a page in length submitted after the deadline do require being voted into the record, and it does require a 4/5 vote. And with only 4 present today, that would mean that the decision would have to be unanimous.
It would have to be unanimous. Okay, can we call the question, please?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just before we call the question, I think it'd be good to identify those items that are going to be read into the record or voted into the record. And then just for the commissioner's understanding, because of the schedule of these hearings, as Mr. Villalobos indicated, it will require a unanimous vote today.
Yes.
However, because our next stop in this process is going to be going to the County Planning Commission on November 1st, these items are going to be in the record by default. So our recommendation is to consider that when you make your vote. If you want to be able to consider all things that the County Planning Commission will be considering on November 1st, the recommendation would be to vote these into the record.
And we need to enumerate those?
I think it's better to do that.
Do you have excellent, thank you.
I was busy
Mr.
working on that this morning.
Villalobos, on it.
We have 4 letters. The first is a email dated October 17th from Philip Dracht. Second is a email dated October 16th from Nathan Keys. The third is a letter dated October 15th from, and I apologize because I can't even read my own handwriting here, Dante De Laurento. And the fourth is a letter dated October 16th from Shannon West of Housing and Community, State HCD.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions to the submissions that Mr. Villalobos just recited? Otherwise, let's go to call the question and a vote, please, to accept them into the record.
So we would need a motion in a second.
A motion, please.
I move that we accept these letters as presented.
Thank you. And a second? I'll second. All right. Any discussion?
No.
All right. Thank you.
So, and just because Commissioner Kupiak is remote, we have to do everything roll call.
Commissioner Kupiak, we need a little thumbnail of you up there all the time. I apologize.
No, sorry.
Where are you? There
I'm
you
right
are.
here.
Okay. Thanks very much. Okay. We're set. Thank you.
So I need to take a roll call vote on
Yes,
this.
you do.
Okay, great. Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl,
Yes. Oh. Sorry.
Commissioner Kupiak,
Yes.
and Chair Senauer.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. All right. All right, moving on. A few bookkeeping issues here. We of course are going to entertain public comment. We have about 30 speakers. How many do we have on Zoom, Mr. Villalobos? Do we have a sense of?
Currently, we have 5 members of the public online.
Okay, just to give a heads up that when public comment is before us, which is after the staff presentation, after the applicant presentation, our questions, et cetera, we will determine at that time the minute allowance. I'd like to start with 3. There's about 21, which would bring us into over an hour, hour and a half. But I would like to just preface that by saying, if you support a particular concern, issue, and you can just basically dovetail into of those who have presented that and take 1 minute, that would be great. But we're going to start with 3 minutes. So basically, we are set to go. Mr. Wilson, anything else before I ask for the applicant presentation?
So, Madam Chair, before we go to applicant presentation, recommend we start with staff presentation.
Staff,
And
absolutely.
I
Thank
do
you.
want to let the commissioners
Yes.
know that we do have department representatives here from flood control, public works, transportation, and I think the fire department as well. And they've been gracious to attend the meeting today and
Yes.
are available for questions. We would ask that if we could, if there are any questions, then we do that earlier so they can
Thank
be
you.
about their business.
Thank you. Well said. So, staff, please. Thank you, Willow. One more thing. I'd like the commissioners to hold their questions and let the presentations continue both with the applicant, with the staff and applicant too, until they've completed. Question?
Yeah, I have a question, I guess directed to Mr. Wilson. Is there a good time for us to speak to the county personnel that are sort of sitting in limbo waiting on us? Is that at the, what's the appropriate time for that? Is it going to be advanced because they're busy, or how do you want to do this?
So, Chair and Commissioner Polici, I actually defer to the chair on that as
Okay.
far as procedures.
right.
My recommendation would be after staff presentation to do that before you do questions to staff, but I defer that to the chair as far as procedurals.
Thanks. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. The main consideration is staff is here from the different departments and to get our questions to them on the early side. Okay? We'll do our best to conform to that. Thank you. Willow, please.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Willow Brown, and I will be presenting the Miramar Housing and Mixed Use Development Project. The project site is located at 1759 South Jamison Lane and 96 Eucalyptus Lane in the Montecito Community Plan Area, 1st Supervisorial District. The project is located in the existing northeastern and northwestern parking lots outlined in white. This is a site photo of the northwestern parking lot where the market rate apartments and resort shops will be located. This is a photo of the northeastern parking lot where the affordable employee apartments will be located. The Miramar property has been developed with a cottage hotel use since the late 1800s. It was closed in 2000. The existing development on site was originally approved in 2015 and consisted of structural development, including a main building and a spa, dining, lobby, meeting rooms, and retail uses, a beach bar and beach club, 170 guest rooms, 2 pools, and 4 affordable employee housing units. Approved operations included on-site events. There were also easements recorded for public access over the beach frontage and 3 pedestrian easements over the Miramar property. The hotel reopened in 2019. Since 2015, several substantial conformity determinations were approved for changes to the approved project, including a reduction to 154 guest rooms and additional retail spaces. The only changes proposed are to the existing parking lots on site. Here is an overall site plan for the property. As stated previously, there will be no changes to the existing structural development, and the project site is limited to the existing northeastern and northwestern parking lots. The project is for 56,485 square feet of development in the visitor-serving commercial zone, consisting of 26 affordable employee apartments, 8 market rate apartments, and commercial space including up to 12 resort shops and a resort cafe. This is a site plan of the northwest lot. Development in the northwest lot will consist of 2 new mixed-use buildings with commercial spaces on the first floor and market rate apartments on the second floor. The resort shops will be consistent with the approved resort shops on site and will include uses such as resort-oriented clothing shops, jewelry stores, and wellness and beauty shops. There will also be a subterranean parking lot with 79 parking spaces. Development in the northeast lot will consist of 1 new residential building comprised of 26 affordable employee apartments. There will also be a reconfigured parking area with 350 spaces consisting of 173 surface spaces, 126 car stacker spaces, and an elevated parking deck with 52 spaces. The project also includes parking and lighting improvements in the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. The project is proposing to slightly modify one of the existing pedestrian easements for public access to the coast. As shown on the site plan, the access will be substantially the same, with the area of the pathway adjacent to the proposed affordable housing building being shifted slightly. These are elevations of the proposed market rate apartments and resort shops. The top elevation shows the view from South Jamison Lane, and the bottom elevation shows the view from Eucalyptus Lane. The buildings will have maximum heights of 33 feet 5 inches and 30 feet 2 inches. These are elevations of the proposed affordable employee apartments. The top elevation shows the view from South Jamison Lane, and the bottom elevation shows the view from the Miramar parking lot. The building will have a maximum height of 40 feet 9 inches. The project is being processed pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330. The Housing Accountability Act applies to housing development projects, including mixed-use projects with at least 2/3 of the square footage designated for residential use. This act limits review of projects to objective policies and standards that shall be applied to facilitate the development at the density permitted on the site. The Department of Housing and Community Development submitted a letter dated October 16, 2024, confirming that the project qualifies for the Housing Accountability Act as a mixed-use development and may only be denied or approved at a lower density if the county makes written findings supported by a preponderance of evidence on the record that a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety would result and mitigation of the adverse impact is not possible. Senate Bill 330 revised the Housing Accountability Act to vest projects in the standards at the time a complete Senate Bill 330 application is submitted. A complete SB 330 pre-application was submitted on April 3, 2024. Review of the project is limited to objective county policies and standards in effect at the time this pre-application was submitted. Senate Bill 330 also limits the county to no more than 5 hearings on a project. The project is also being processed under state density bonus law. The project does not propose to utilize a density bonus or incentives or concessions. However, the applicant is requesting 5 waivers. A developer can request a waiver from a development standard when the standard would preclude the construction of the development at the allowed density. Waivers do not require the applicant to demonstrate cost reductions to provide for affordable housing costs. Waivers are requested to increase the allowed floor area ratio for the CV zone, allow 3 stories and a height of 40 feet 9 inches in lieu of the 38-foot height limit for the affordable employee apartments, allow a reduction in the required amount of open space, and allow reduced setbacks. Article 2 requires 618 parking spaces for the existing development on site. The previous project, approved in 2015, included a modification to allow for 436 parking spaces instead of the 618 required by ordinance. The proposed project requires 83 additional spaces based on Article 2 and state density bonus law. The project proposes to modify the required number of parking spaces to allow for a reduction to 44 additional spaces from the 83 required spaces. A parking analysis was submitted which provides a basis for the parking modification request. A shared parking model was developed to determine the peak parking demands for the existing development and proposed project during periods when the hotel, restaurants, and beach club would be busiest. The peak parking demand is estimated to be 462 spaces. After implementation of the proposed project, there will be 480 parking spaces on site. The proposed project is consistent with the Housing Accountability Act provisions and, as discussed earlier, is only subject to objective standards and policies and can only be disapproved or conditioned to a lower density if it will result in a public health or safety impact that cannot be mitigated. The project meets the definition of a housing development project because it is a mixed-use project with at least 2/3 of the square footage designated for residential use. The project is consistent with all objective policies in the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan, including the Coastal Land Use Plan and the Montecito Community Plan. The project is also consistent with the local coastal plan. The project is consistent with policies regarding adequate services, biological resources, circulation, coastal access, cultural resources, noise, and visual resources. The project is also consistent with objective standards in Article 2. Light commercial uses is a permitted use in the CV zone. Residential uses that are secondary to a commercial use are permitted with a minor conditional use permit. As discussed previously, a developer can request a waiver from a development standard when the standard would preclude the construction of the development at the allowed density. With approval of the requested waivers and the modification for parking, the project will be consistent with all objective standards, including floor area ratio, height, open space, setbacks, and parking. The proposed project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Section 21159.25. The exemption for residential or mixed-use housing projects. The project is consistent with the general plan and zoning, as well as density requirements. The site is within the unincorporated area, is less than 5 acres, as it is limited to the 2 parking lots on site, and is surrounded by urban uses. There is no sensitive habitat on site, and there will be no significant effects to transportation, noise, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, or water quality. Several technical studies were submitted which support the exemption. A traffic study done by Associated Transportation Engineers was submitted for the project. The traffic study evaluated the project's impacts on LOS, or level of service, and VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. This image shows the roads and intersections in the vicinity of the project after implementation of San Ysidro Road and US 101 interchange improvements. The study determined that the proposed traffic volumes do not exceed the acceptable capacity for any roadway and will not significantly impact any intersection in the vicinity. Additionally, the proposed residential uses and commercial uses are both under the Santa Barbara County screening threshold for VMT impacts. A noise study done by Acoustical Engineering Services, Inc. was submitted for the project. This image shows the noise receptor locations for noise-sensitive uses that were analyzed in the report. The report concluded that operational noise levels will be under the maximum of 65 decibels for exterior noise exposure compatible with noise-sensitive uses. The maximum interior noise level for the apartments and exterior noise level for the outdoor living areas are also below the thresholds for noise-sensitive uses. Noise from construction will be minimized by the project conditions, including limiting the construction hours, implementing temporary sound barriers between the construction areas and surrounding sensitive uses, and using noise control devices on noise-generating equipment such as mufflers or motor enclosures. A Phase 1 Historical Resources Technical Report was submitted by the Architectural Resources Group analyzing potential impacts to historic resources on site and in the surrounding area. The report concluded that there will be no impacts to historic resources as a result of the project. The Miramar is not eligible for listing as a Santa Barbara County Historic Landmark or Place of Historic Merit. The only historic resource in the vicinity of the site is All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church. As shown in the photo, historically significant views of the church are from Eucalyptus Lane. These views will not be impacted by the project as the development will be located north of the church. There will be no physical demolition, destruction, relocation, or alteration of the resource or its immediate surroundings. In summary, the proposed project is being processed under the Housing Accountability Act as a mixed-use housing development project and is only subject to objective standards and policies. The project can only be disapproved or conditioned to a lower density if there is a health or safety impact that cannot be mitigated. With the requested waivers, the project is consistent with Article 2 and the Comprehensive Plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and the Coastal Land Use Plan. Staff recommends that your commission recommend that the County Planning Commission make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, recommend that they determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Section 21159.25, and adopt a resolution recommending that the County Planning Commission approve the project subject to the conditions of approval included as Attachment B to the staff report. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Willow. Do we have any commissioner questions of staff at this time, particularly the departments that are available? And we have, if someone could basically recite who's available, please. Travis, thank you.
Yes, Commissioners, we have in the audience today, we have Matt Griffith and Walter Rubalcava from Flood Department. We've got Aaron Briner from Montecito Fire. And then on the Zoom, we have Will Robertson from Transportation.
Thank you. What is their timeline for staying close?
I asked them to be here this morning, kind of like 9:30 to 11 sort of thing. Yep.
Okay, so as we go through the next presentation, they could, so So
Yes.
we can hold it until, yes, for the departments. Commissioner Kupiak, is that good?
Yeah, I would like to hear the presentation first.
Okay, very good. So that's the consensus here, and we will follow with the applicant presentation, and we're is the applicant available to present? It was a 20-minute presentation. Is that within the timeline that would be appropriate for you all? 20
Madam
minutes?
Chair, I think that works great.
All right, thank
Thank you.
you. Mr. Caruso, please.
All right. So good morning. I'm excited to be here. My name is Rick Caruso, and I want to thank you for considering our proposed affordable housing and retail plan for the Miramar. We are looking to achieve an important first in Montecito, new affordable housing. Providing quality, affordable housing for our employees will vastly improve their quality of life. We couldn't be more proud to bring this plan forward. I want to be very clear. This is one project with two inseparable parts. The new retail supports the affordable housing now and into perpetuity. This plan also delivers on your affordable housing commitments to the state. The state warned that denying the project might violate one or more state housing laws. That is just a fact. We share the belief in taking care of our community. I understand that as representatives of a government agency, your responsibility is rooted in civic duty, public service, and a commitment to the dignity and humanity of every individual who works and lives in Montecito. We applaud that. Simply put, you have the incredibly wonderful job of taking care of people. Today, you can fulfill that role in a very special and unique way. The most respected organizations, whether a company or a government, recognize that their success is built on the well-being of their people. But the exceptional ones, the best in class, make caring for and investing in their workforce their top priority. I trust that as leaders of a community that prides itself on being best in class, you will appreciate and share a commitment to those who support and serve us all. We all enjoy the many benefits that the Miramar and this community provide, and it is only right that we give back to the people who make that possible. It's an example I know other companies and communities will aspire to emulate, as they so often do with Montecito. That can all start here today. Providing our employees with a place to call home within walking distance of their work, improving their quality of life, and giving them the gift of time. Time off the road and driving to and from work. More time to spend with their family and friends in this remarkable place is simply the right thing to do. Just as I promised in 2015 when the Miramar was first approved, we will continue to exceed the expectations every step of the way. And today, I renew that promise. Me and my team will work tirelessly to make this project something that Montecito and all of you can be truly proud of. This is not just a pledge, this is our sacred duty. I hope you feel the same sense of duty. With that, I'll now turn over the specifics to Katie, Justin, and Chris on the team, who will provide greater details of our plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Katie Mangan on behalf of Caruso and the Miramar. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Sorry, is this on? There's no light. Oh, it's on. Oh, wait. No. Sorry. Oh, here we go, I think. It might be dead. Sorry. Ugh. Okay. 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 All right. Thank you. Okay. Try it again? Okay, great. Okay, there we go. Okay. We are proud to serve this community. After spending 17 years getting to know our neighbors, we have had tremendous fun in the 5 since opening our doors. We've been taking part in time-honored traditions like Ghost Village Road Halloween festivities, Beautification Day, end of school year beach days, and of course bringing back the beloved Miramar Beach swim raft. We've also had fun starting new traditions like summer barbecue and our annual Best in Show dog show. 87 members of our team have been at the Miramar since opening day. We have the best employees in hospitality. They're the heart and soul of the Miramar and bring it to life every day. There are 4 existing affordable apartments for our team members at the Miramar. We hear directly from them how beneficial this is, and we would love to provide even more, which brings us to why we're here today. We're here today for your recommendation on our plan for affordable housing. The plan before you has been thoroughly reviewed by county planning staff, and as Ms. Brown mentioned, is recommended approval of our project based on their independent review of our application and supporting robust technical analysis. Ms. Brown mentioned that this is a housing project, and I think that's important to acknowledge at the outset. 2/3 of the space in this plan are designated for residential use. There are a plethora of state laws mandating new housing across California. This plan complies with several that are intended to facilitate this mandated housing in high barrier to entry areas like Montecito, where, as Rick mentioned, aside from our 4 existing affordable apartments, there has not been any new affordable housing in nearly 3 decades. As you know, every 8 years, the Housing and Community Development Department assesses housing needs across California, and each municipality is then obligated to submit a plan to meet those needs. In 2022, the county's plan was rejected because locations for housing were not identified in Montecito. County-owned Manning Park was considered. Identifying the Miramar preserves Manning Park for recreation and follows on the county's commitment to work with the Miramar to promote the development of employee housing. We always start by listening. Nearly 2 years ago, we began with our closest neighbors and then broadened out to the entire community, sending over 3,109 outreach invitations, resulting in hundreds of community meetings, one-on-one conversations over a cup of coffee, or simply over the phone. We introduced our original plan in late summer of 2023. This plan included 14 affordable apartments for our employees, 15 market rate apartments, and about a dozen shops. We shared this plan back to that same group we started with, inviting feedback over 9 months, presenting to the Montecito Association Land Use Committee and full board, sharing this plan in living room meetings across Montecito, soliciting feedback from MBAR, and making significant modifications as a result of what we heard. That started with voluntarily removing the 3rd floor from the west lot, and then further reducing the height at the corner of Jameson and Eucalyptus Lane to 1 story. This resulted in a nearly 50% reduction in the market rate units from 15 to 8 and makes these buildings consistent with the existing buildings at the Miramar along South Jamison. While we're talking about this view, I think it's important to take a moment and address the many misleading representations of our plan circulated in the community, not prepared by us. The image at the top of the screen is completely inaccurate and was printed on the cover of the Montecito Journal on Thursday, September 25th. The palm trees were photoshopped out of the image and there were changes made to the size, scale, and bulk of the plan. The image below accurately reflects our project. It was prepared by a licensed architect, verified by the county, and has been available on the county's website for months. The Montecito Journal later printed a retraction of the inaccurate image. Further reductions to our plan included eliminating the through driveway on Jamison, which you see on the left in blue, and instead we will use the existing driveway on South Jamison, which you see on the right-hand side in blue. We also reduced the space for visitor-serving commercial uses by nearly 8,000 feet, or roughly 32%. We've ensured the shops will face the interior and be oriented around a new park space. We increased the landscaping along South Jamison and Eucalyptus and increased the on-site parking by 45 spaces. And very importantly, we've maintained the public parking spaces along South Jamison, Eucalyptus, and Miramar Ave. We had an enormous amount of input and guidance from the community and worked to incorporate as much of that feedback as possible. At the same time, we were studying ways to increase the number of affordable apartments for our employees. By consolidating into a single purpose-built building, we were able to increase the number of affordable apartments for our employees from 14 to 26. These apartments account for 76% of the project. As you can see, they are designed with attention to detail and will be crafted in the same style and quality as everything at the Miramar. This plan alone provides 26% of the employer-provided housing mandated by the county's housing element to be accommodated in all of unincorporated Santa Barbara County. This is the community room for the affordable employee apartments. And here at the top of the screen, we have the connection between the existing resort path and the shops. This is the existing walkway through the resort and shows the seamless transition and connection to the resort. At the bottom of the screen is the existing driveway on South Jamison. This is around that park space, the shops at the ground level and market rate apartments above, and this is an internal view. This view is looking north as you walk north along Eucalyptus Lane. This plan provides 4 times more affordable housing than is required because that is important to us. We want to continue to attract and retain the best talent. This plan is the only affordable housing proposed in Montecito. State mandates to be complied with include the Certified Housing Element, the Housing Accountability Act, and the Housing Crisis Act. The importance of these laws is clear. Aside from our 4 existing affordable apartments, there hasn't been new affordable housing in Montecito in nearly 3 decades. This plan is 100% privately funded and does not require any rezoning. Staff has diligently reviewed the plan and recommended approval based on their independent review of our application and supporting robust technical analysis. With that, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Justin.
Good morning. My name is Justin Caruso. We have had overwhelming support speaking with neighbors and people in the community, including these hundreds of letters that I have in my hand here in support today. We are very excited about this project. Affordable units is nothing new to us. We already have units on property and we plan to double down on that, and we hope other developers will too. We are a family-run business, and we see these employees as an extension of our family. We plan to be lifelong neighbors in this community. We have never sold a property, and we never intend to. These plans can enhance the Miramar for our guests, for our employees, and for the community. Thank you so much.
We're available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stahl. She left her reading glasses in the car. So we're going to take a couple minutes so she can retrieve them. Thank you very much. 5 minutes is Thank you. Thank you. We are now resuming the agenda and the project before us. So, commissioners, we have questions. And again, the order of questions would be starting with staff in the different departments who are here. I would like to offer some guidance as to different categories of the issue concerns and issue elements of the project. And I would like to, for an overview, if the commissioners could concentrate on one particular element, ask their questions, except there will be overlap. I understand that, but if we could basically focus on different issue areas, and I will just start. For instance, transportation, which includes circulation and impacts, parking, flood control, fire impacts, parks, recreation, coastal access. And if we could, if we could have a general sense of the totality of the project with those issue areas in relationship to the community plan, the MLUDC, et cetera. So that will be the nexus for that our questions will basically address in the long run. So shall we? Do we have thoughts on where to start? Transportation, parking, flood control, fire, parks.
Is this staff questions too?
Yes. We're asking departments. Okay. So do you want to? Why don't we just start with flood control? All
Good.
right. Mr. Walter is here, or it's
Rubalcava
Matt. Okay. All right. Hi, Matt. Thank you. All right. Questions from the commissioner. Do we have a commissioner who would like to start off? Commissioner Kupiak? No? Okay. Commissioner Stahl?
I have a question about the eastern parking lot where the affordables and additional parking is going to be located. That is in a floodplain, correct?
Commissioner Stahl through Vice Chair Senhauer. Yes, it is.
Okay, so, I mean, just coming from a residential real estate background, it just seems that the buffers and other issues that you take into account when somebody's doing new construction, it seems like those are being pretty stretched on that parking lot. And there's, according to neighbors that have approached me, there's flooding there that occurs because of a combination of the creek, Oak Creek, and also high tides that happen in storms. Is that correct?
Well, in regard to the development itself, it complies with our standards. They demonstrated compliance with the flood control standards.
But are there parts of what's being built, either the affordable housing building or the parking lot, that are in areas that have flooded, even in the recent few years?
Commissioner Stahl, I do not believe that there was 23 or 24 that parts of the Miramar flooded.
That particular part over there, the eastern?
The eastern parking lot, yes.
Okay.
Any other commissioner questions?
Yes, we're down my favorable alley here. Good to see you. And good efforts you've been doing since the big flood we had. We lost 23 of our souls from Montecito in that flood. and I know you've worked hard since to improve the situation. However, I would think that it'd be fair to say that regarding below the freeway to the ocean, that acquisition of property, whether it's at Oak Creek or Montecito or San Isidro, none of those creeks have been able to be, had their land purchased on the shores to widen and evacuate the water that otherwise gets stuck or doesn't make it through. In particular, Oak Creek. I know that you've been out there. One of your representatives has spoken to landowners on the beach at the mouth of Oak Creek, and that their home is in the floodplain future FEMA map and will have to be removed. It was originally built by Loggins, and the Albertsons now own it. I'm quite familiar because I spent nearly a year negotiating that settlement with the Miramar originally. But I'm curious, now that we know what the FEMA map looks like, do you have any timetable when you think that acquisition will occur? It's the opening of that, as well as the widening of the railroad crossing underpass. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Commissioner Police through Vice Chair Senhauer. You're talking about, of course, a much broader topic here. We have our Montecito Master Plan, Phase 1, which is nearly complete. It does identify that all those creeks in Montecito, especially below the freeway, are under capacity and need to be widened in order to reduce the size of the floodplain. That's a monumental undertaking. Right now, we really do not have a schedule or a
It's a funding issue, would you say?
It's a variety of issues, and yeah, funding is paramount. Yeah.
Because to fix Oak Creek, if you had the money, would not take that long.
Well, funding an issue, property acquisition is always long and
Yes.
difficult.
Yes. Okay. Do you have any other comments regarding Oak Creek in particular, from the freeway to the mouth to the ocean? Anything you want to tell us?
Well, Oak Creek is impacted in big storms primarily from overflow from San Isidro Creek. You know, those creeks
Right.
overflow and mingle and merge together.
In the north side?
So addressing San Isidro Creek actually would benefit Oak Creek.
Okay. I may have other questions for you when I hear. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Stahl.
So if I understand Ron's question correctly, then you'll be purchasing land on either side of Oak Creek? Or widening it? You'll be widening it.
Commissioner Stahl, I think it's really premature to
But
talk
should
in
you
terms
do
of.
that? I mean, you must have an idea of how you would do it.
Oh, yeah.
So should you do that, then what about the setback from what would then be the creek?
So again, the Montecito Master Plan is very conceptual, it's a little premature to talk about specific
But
details.
we're actually a
but
planning commission.
I understand.
Commissioner
So-
Stahl, if I could just help Matt for a second. Any future action does not relate to what is before you right now. What is before you right now is the existing setback, and that is what you have to measure this project against.
Okay.
I can
It's-
answer
I-
your question.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Police, please.
Thank you. Now that you spoke up, I'm going to hang you for this. No. It does impact this hotel because it impacted it before, and there was concessions made. They were not able to be evacuated because of the fact that landowners didn't want to part with their land once they agreed to it. So there's an underlining sort of story here, and it's about saving future lives as much as it is honoring the ones that have gone in the past. And so I'm going to keep bringing this up, but at this moment, I want to just direct my questions to these fellows, and then when they're gone, we might want to discuss this further. But I do think it plays an integral part because it did before. And even though we didn't make that acquisition, the problem still exists. Anyway, back to you, young man. Anyone that's under 75 is young to me. Okay, so So you don't have any plans at the moment to enact anything that's done the FEMA map until it's formally approved in 2 years or less?
The Montecito Master Plan is actually independent of the FEMA remapping effort.
That's a
Well,
tall statement.
yeah, I mean, Montecito, we recognize that there's flood problems in Montecito, and we're trying to address those regardless of the remapping or not.
Okay. Well, in relationship to this project is what I'm, it doesn't involve Montecito Creek, unless we were really in trouble, but it does involve Oak Creek. Anyway, I don't have any other questions right now, but if you could be, I know you're in the building, I think.
Yeah, I'll be here, and I could answer Commissioner Stahl's question.
Okay.
The Montecito Master Plan, one of the key tenets of that is to avoid removal of structures. There might be one or two where it's unavoidable, but when feasible, we will avoid building removals almost at all costs. And so that might leave buildings very close to the improved channel. Those buildings would essentially be legal, non-conforming structures.
I mean, new buildings, like we're discussing here.
No, I'm talking about existing buildings. New buildings, they would have to comply with the standards.
But are the standards on your Montecito master plan different than what these are being judged by?
No, they're not. And the current development does comply with our county setback ordinance 15B.
Including the master plan for the future?
Yes.
Okay.
One more question. Does flood control get involved in the evacuation plan that the fire department is the lead agency on?
We provide technical support, but no, really, we do not get involved in evacuation plans.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Kupiak, any questions about flood control regarding this project, please, while Matt is here? Thank you. None.
Yeah, no, I have no questions for
Okay.
flood control.
Appreciate, thank you. Matt, tell me about sea level rise and how you're involved with that or not.
So sea level rise is a concern. Climate change is a concern. I think the issue is there's a lot of unknowns there. Us as a local agency are really looking for state and federal agencies to provide guidance on that. So we know it's an issue, but we're not looking to independently come up with our own criteria. We're looking to have a sort of a universal approach to those types of things.
Okay, so we know the state has a policy and the Coastal Commission has a policy and our county, I believe, has an SLR policy. And so is that your guidance?
Our guidance is still the NFIP, the National
Okay.
Floodplain Insurance Program.
All right, good. Any other questions for Matt? At least right now. We can call him back, no? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
And
right.
if I could take
Yes,
just one quick minute, a
please.
shameless plug. Next
Please.
week is Flood Preparedness Week, and
Oh.
we're putting a display up in the lobby for those of you who are interested.
Appropriate. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you. Any other category, shall we consider fire? We have, I believe, Chief Briner. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Happy to be here. My name is Aaron Briner. I'm the Fire Marshal at Montecito Fire Protection District.
All right, commissioners, any questions, please? Yes, Commissioner Stahl?
Hi, Erin. We spoke about what kind of a plan is in place for evacuation or just emergency situations for the whole area south of the 101 that would be comprehensive to include the Music Academy, the Biltmore, the Coral Casino, and the Miramar. And you were going to look into sort of what what's in place. You said that you did a study in 2022, but that it didn't include any of the uses that we're being asked to approve in any of those four institutions, correct?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. So we did in 2022 a scientific evacuation analysis. We hired Farron Peers to assess the district for our deficiencies, if we had any, in relation to a wildfire. So what we were discussing was the fact that many of these projects weren't started yet, and so the expansion of the Miramar or the Biltmore Music Academy, Coral Casino, and even the YMCA weren't part of that analysis because they weren't currently in place. So, and I think what you and I had discussed was just the fact that the vast majority of the evacuations included north to south evacuations, and from my understanding of the analysis, there was very little impact that occurred from the inclusion of the both residences and the commercial structures south of the freeway. So I would have to. It's definitely not my expertise. That's why we hired the consultant to perform it. So they're good questions. It's just not something within our purview or our expertise to be able to answer.
Well, in the paperwork from the county, it talks about a major evacuation plan. Is that in place? Is that something that you're familiar with? Do you know when it gets updated? I know you said that Public Works and traffic was really the other component of this. But are you familiar with a plan from the county?
So I am familiar that they're going through a county-wide evacuation analysis right now. It integrates our local Montecito evacuation analysis, but other than that, I'm not aware of.
Do you know who's doing that?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know who's running
I'm trying to
that.
find whoever that is.
Yeah, as far as traffic flow and the capacities, yeah, I believe that would be Public Works Traffic Division.
Okay, so are you also in charge of ambulances?
No, we are not.
Who oversees that?
Santa Barbara County Sheriff does the dispatching for ambulances, and then AMR has the contract for the county.
Okay.
Commissioner Kupiak, any questions regarding fire or impacts, et cetera?
I'm assuming that the fire department has reviewed this plan for access on site.
Okay. So other than that, no.
No.
Ancillary questions. Okay.
But can I just clarify something? Oh,
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stahl.
just to clarify fine points of our conversation, when you look at a project like this, or any project, you look at, like, are the roads to get your trucks in, your fire engines and other equipment in, and sort of more specifics about sprinklers, that kind of thing. And that's really how you are looking at these from the fire department's point of view?
Yes, I mean, that's one of the many. I think what we had discussed is, I mean, the primary concerns that we have, the limitations that we have specifically in Montecito tend to line up with access and water supply. So, I mean, the fire code is vast. It covers, hundreds of pages of code, but yes, when we're looking at it, those are the primary concerns. It is compared, every project is compared against the entire fire code and our local adopted ordinance. But yeah, to your question, we're looking typically at how close to the structure we can get our apparatus, how wide the fire access roadways are, where the water is located, whether there's adequate fire flow, all of that. It really has very little to do with density, location and number of access and egress points. And in review of each one of the iterations of the Miramar plan, we confirmed that as the changes come through, whether they're requests made by us because it doesn't meet fire code, or based on community meetings or commission requests, we ensure that it meets all of the current California Fire Code and local ordinance standards.
So what about the current situation where, just even now as it stands, the only driveways in or out of the Miramar are on Jameson, correct? And the southbound 101 is closed. So everybody leaving the Miramar or coming in is going to have to use Jameson and most likely San Ysidro. And there's 4 schools on San Ysidro alone. And this also means that anybody who lives or is, for whatever reason, on Fernald or Posilipo, that's going to be their egress as well. So, I mean, do you look at your fire engines or ambulances or anything getting into the Miramar or down to Fernald or Posilipo in the event of an emergency?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. We have monthly meetings with Caltrans and the Highway 101 team, including CHP, Sheriff, Public Works, to ensure that all of these acute changes, as acute is probably, it spans 3 to 5 years, but they're still acute. They will change. And so we ensure that we have adequate access during the construction period as well. And that's something that's not limited to these larger freeway projects or the Miramar project. I mean, we have those limitations when we have residential projects as well. So I know this is highlighted by the fact that it's a large, extensive project, both the Miramar and the Highway 101 widening, but to answer your question, yes. I mean, it is a concern of ours, but we make sure that we, in fact, when we had the overpasses at San Ysidro and Olive Mill closed, we opened a temporary station in the parking lot behind the Biltmore so that we had resources down there. I think we were down there for 4 months while that occurred. So it is a concern, but we don't make long-term decisions based on these acute, short-term problems or concerns.
Okay, but when you make these plans, do they include potential situations such as, 2 things occurring, like there's some kind of a earthquake or fire or something, which also closes off, say, like today, the southbound 101, so that all the traffic from Posilipo, Fernald, and anybody who's at the Miramar is going to have to turn left onto Jameson and try to leave, and you at the same time that you're trying to bring equipment in? I mean, do you look at scenarios like that?
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to predict where exactly that would occur, where the limitations would occur. So we recognize that our access to the south side of the freeway is pretty limited, even on best of times, and so that's as far as we pre-plan for that. We rely on our surrounding jurisdictions and op area partners to come in from the east and the west if we need to be cut off. But no, I don't know that we've specifically looked at those limitations other than just our understanding of how we're going to respond to the split lane traffic. We're actually installing an additional access point there off of Danielson as they start closing other access points. So we're taking it in chunks as the project moves forward and then ensuring that we have the best access possible for whatever type of emergency may come.
Okay, because, I mean, if you look at Jameson, it's really a 2-lane little road. I mean, it's not designed to have, major traffic on it, so. Okay, are you going to stick around for a few minutes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions?
I just have one more for you right now. The Posilipo exit, or the on-ramp there, it's kind of been around a while, has a house that should not be there, of course, got moved across the street. But so we're kind of, without tearing that down, it's a pretty narrow entry. And traffic from the whole beach community there, and now that on-ramp had the extra burden of this development. And so I imagine you've had conversations with Public Works about the consequences of this enlargement of affordable housing and market housing, as well as even the commercial.
Excuse me. Commissioner Police, we do have transportation here, circulation, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm just
So,
curious, we can come
yeah,
back to that,
yeah,
but
they
just
will be
in
here.
brief,
Thank you.
have you had any conversation with them regarding this? Public Works?
Yeah, other than the just immediate concerns with the construction-related
Okay.
closures, we have not. We
can wait.
rely on them to utilize their expertise as it
Sure.
pertains to traffic flow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
We'll touch base with you if needed, if
Okay.
you're going to be around.
Yeah. I'll
Thank
be
you
here.
very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, transportation circulation was Gary, is it Gary or who? Travis, who's here for transportation?
Will Robertson.
Will.
Yep, he's on
Okay,
the Zoom.
Thank you. Is he here or on Zoom? Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair. Will Robertson with Public Works Transportation.
Hi, thanks
Hello.
for, thank you very much. Okay,
No
so,
worries.
thank you. So maybe you'd like to segue into that?
Well, let me ask a question first.
Yes,
Oh,
please.
good.
There is a painter standing outside my window. Is it bothering what you can hear from me, or do I need to have him shut down?
No,
No, you're all right.
you're
So
good.
far,
Okay, thank you.
You're good.
If
Thank
we can
you.
hear you from New York, we're good.
Okay. Okay, good. So,
Okay, so the
Go
last
ahead.
question I put forth to the fire marshal was probably better answered by yourself or your department. I'm sure Chris has an answer. I'm sure you have one too. So regarding Posalibo and the discharge of cars onto the freeway there, with the added burden of this development, this 58,000 square feet of commercial and market housing and affordable housing, is there any more measured effect that's having on that on-ramp that you've evaluated, or is that part of Caltrans' evaluation?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, the applicant has done a traffic study. The traffic study has shown that there are no impacts. So would there be a measured effect there? Of course, we are adding trips to the system. Is it going to be an impact based on our standards? No, there would be no impact so far that we've identified.
And that includes during evacuation because of a fire or flood, that's not going to have an adverse effect.
Well, Commissioner Police, through the chair, that is not something that is a standard of measurement that we do project by project. I can't really speak to that. There may or may not, but it's not something that we evaluate any project for.
Yeah. Well, we're very conscious here in Montecito with, like I said earlier, the death of 23 of our community souls. And what we learned from that incident, we're trying to, I think, in flood control to, address it. But it's also important under a new project like this is down at the bottom, down at the mouth of the Oak Creek, going to the ocean, the effect that might have on transportation. But I understand that you do not evaluate evacuation time sequences of additional traffic?
Commissioner Polici, through the chair, that is correct. It is not part of our standards. I can't say that another department does not analyze that, but currently Public Works, as part of our review process, that is not a standard of evaluation.
Okay, but you guys were involved in the roundabout. Were you the lead agency, or did Caltrans take that at San Ysidro?
Santa Barbara County was the lead agency in cooperation with Caltrans.
Right. Okay, and you're comfortable with the interchange on the south side of San Ysidro at Eucalyptus? We didn't put a roundabout there. We had some difficulty with how the roads interacted there, as well as the property easement that we once had access to that we will be losing by this project. But as our understanding is that we're adequately serving, even with this new underground parking, to that intersection?
Commissioner Polici, through the chair, I am comfortable with stating that this project meets all standards, including that intersection. Obviously, people that live in the area have different opinions, but it's not an opinion that we base the requirements of the project against it is our standards, and this project does meet the standards for that intersection.
So did you do any peer review of the applicant's third party, you might want to call it, maybe 2.5 party representation by ATE?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, a third party was not involved. The traffic study, quite honestly, was not even a requirement of the department. We have a standard that if a project generates more than 50 peak hour trips, then that's when a traffic study would be required. And based on the information that the applicant has provided, that would not have triggered the need for a traffic study. However, Mr. Caruso's team has been very generous in providing a very well-crafted traffic study through ATE. The traffic study actually is a standard template here that ATE does for most projects. We've seen this for the YMCA, we've seen it for the Biltmore, we've seen it for the Music Academy. So
I was most concerned about the fact that the underground parking is X amount of feet from that intersection. And and those kinds of flows are critical to analyzing the evacuation technique if you were to go over, I wouldn't say technique, but practices going over the San Isidro Bridge.
Yeah.
Because we have both ways of getting out of there, especially for the neighborhood. They would prefer to be able to get out without encumbrance. I don't know how many parking spots we have, but the commercial does have an effect. But if you've not seen that, or
Commissioner Polici, through the chair, Public Works does have a standard for how far a driveway or a parking structure needs to be from an intersection. So we have reviewed that. We've offered comments. There are some things that we are still working with the applicant through a design exception. But we are confident that, well, from a distance standpoint, it does meet the standards. And from
so
a
if you're
width
turning
standpoint,
left,
we're still working with.
pardon me, if you're turning left out of the parking area to go to the San Isidro Bridge, that distance you're comfortable with? The distance in order to turn a left there?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, yes, we are comfortable with what they've provided.
Okay. I'll see.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a
Kupiak.
question. I think I'm asking the right person this question. You know, I'm noticing that one of the exceptions that's being asked for is to reduce the parking count on site from 618 to 436 spaces. And I know parking analyses have been done in the past, and you are likely to hear from people who are going to give testimony today from the community that the prior parking analysis did not fully accommodate for parking by the hotel that's going on in the residential district. And, you know, this seems like a very substantial reduction in the number of parking spaces that would be required for a development of this scale. You know, additionally, the underground parking that will be proposed at Eucalyptus Lane, is that parking for specifically for hotel use? Is it for the residents that will be part of those? You know, I mean, who has access to that parking? Does someone who wants to shop in the shops go into that parking lot, or is that strictly limited to the occupancy of the hotel?
Commissioner Kupiak, through the chair, I believe that's a question best answered by the applicant. It should be noted that parking requirements are through the Planning and Development Department. It is not Public Works. However, we will review any requests for parking reductions that they meet current shared parking analysis standards, and we will make a recommendation. So that recommendation to the commission is both through Planning and Development and through Public Works as a joint recommendation to you.
Well, have you made a recommendation that would allow for the parking count to be reduced by 200 spaces?
Based on what the Caruso team has provided, Public Works believes that their analysis is accurate.
But there was no third-party peer review done of that analysis.
Commissioner Kupiak, through the chair, not that I am aware of.
Not paid for by the Caruso team.
Not that I'm aware. Well, I mean, county staff is not paid for by Caruso team. So if you're looking for another set of eyes on that, that is at the discretion of the commission. But as it stands, Public Works does agree that they use the right methodology to make the suggestions that they are making.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stahl.
Speaking of that traffic study, I understand that in general, traffic studies consider like 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock peak hours, and that's when they're doing their analysis. But I'm wondering how flawed that actually is on a street like San Ysidro, where you've got 3 schools above the freeway, 1 below, plus access via San Leandro off of San Ysidro to Crane School. So I would think that the analysis of San Ysidro should have complied with the actual peak times that street is used, as well as 8 o'clock in the morning. And it just doesn't seem like the analysis was based on how that street is actually used by people who live there. And in terms of Public Works, I haven't seen the county do anything comprehensive, and that's a huge concern of mine, and I think people on the commission as well, that we're being asked to approve, if you add the YMCA, which is coming up next month, 5 different projects that are all impacting almost exactly the same areas. And I haven't seen Public Works or the fire department, anybody who's looking at this comprehensively. And I have a real concern about that you look at each project in and of itself, but you don't have anything that shows how they connect to one another. And those are all the same people that are going to be trying to get in or out. And the other issue that I don't see addressed by Public Works is that when we talk about the parking structures and other pieces of the different projects, the Biltmore, the Coral Casino, and the Miramar are all valet parking. So in an emergency, say there's an earthquake, a fire, a truck goes over on the freeway and they've closed one way of the freeway, you have hundreds, literally hundreds of people who don't have access to their cars. They don't have their keys and they don't know where their cars are parked. So who's looking at that kind of a scenario?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair. So as stated earlier, emergency evacuation is not something that is covered under Public Works. There was testimony earlier that fire does address that concern. So I think fire is the best department to answer that question.
Fire refers back to you.
Yeah, it is not something that we analyze and
would you know,
I will repeatedly
other than
say
the
that.
fire department, there's references in our application to requirements by the county for different appropriate evacuation routes based upon conditions of the emergency event established in the Memoranda of Understanding, cooperative agreements, and standard operating procedures in place. So are you familiar with those documents, or who even puts those out?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair. I'm just going to repeat what I said, that Public Works does not do emergency response. I'm not familiar with who covers that other than fire. Perhaps somebody else in county staff can address that, but I can tell you that it is not the responsibility of Public Works Transportation.
But you're the Transportation Traffic Division of Public Works, correct?
Madam Chair, I'd like to provide some feedback.
Please.
So we are currently undertaking the county's safety element update. And as part of that safety element update, there's evacuation modeling that's being completed. I don't currently have the time frame of when that's going to be complete, but there's a substantial effort going on with multiple departments working on this evacuation information. And when we bring forward the safety element to the Planning Commission, we will have information regarding that.
But isn't that just what you've told us several times, that we're not allowed to consider the future? We're only allowed to
I'm just
consider
giving
right
you
now.
information, Commissioner Stahl, about what's happening in terms of work that is being currently done within the department. So there will be evacuation modeling that's complete, but that's not
But
part,
that's too late.
that's not part of this analysis of this particular project currently.
But if we
We
approve
have
this
to conduct it
project-
on a county-wide basis, and it's not a standard that's applied to any one individual project.
Then I don't understand in terms of a safety element, how we can approve a project prior to, I mean, it's
Measure
going
it against the-
backwards.
We measure it against the current policies that are in place.
But then
That's
it
how we
doesn't,
do.
it doesn't fit even as it is.
Those are the current policies that are in place. Environmental review has been complete.
It has.
Yeah.
There's an EIR.
Environmental review has been complete. It is CEQA exempt. If
So-
there were an impact that were not,
So
that
it's
created a
exempt from
significant, if
something
there were
that
an
would
impact that
include this.
created a significant impact in the community, then you would not be doing a CEQA exemption.
Well, we're not doing the CEQA exemption, you are.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Hi, transportation, back to you. Circulation. So tell me, regarding the South Jameson approach to the on-ramp and the parking, and the issue with multiple U-turns with oncoming traffic from backing out. It's not the reverse. I was wondering if anyone has thought about reverse parking like they're doing all over for a safety issue. It's sort of a blind sort of approach to go west from your parking lot, from your parking space. I think there's 87 public parking spaces. So have you looked at the issues of safety impacts from that? There's a fire area where no one's supposed to park, everyone does park. I understand the applicant will be addressing this too with enforcement, who parks there, I understand that. I'm talking about the actual direction of parking. Who, for, front end versus back end. Who would look at that as a safety component?
Madam Chair, so the Public Works staff would look at that. However, that is not the project that is on the table, and the applicant has not offered to change the parking. And it actually, quite honestly, would be a significant infrastructure update to the frontage to change the angle of those parking stalls from head in to back in. So I guess that could be a discussion at another time here, but as far as we're concerned right now, the project that is in front of us does not include that component. So I don't even know if it's something that we should be talking about, but
I'm not talking about it, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, it would be this department, and it would be a significant disruption to the project frontage.
Okay, I'll further discuss that with the applicant. Thank you. Any other questions from our commissioners on circulation, et cetera, et cetera?
Not right now.
Okay. I have one clarification I'd like to ask before you leave. Regarding the peak hours and the term of just pick up and go, what is the terminology on that? Please help me out.
Madam Chair, can you clarify that? What do you mean by pick up and go?
You stop, there's peak hours of circulation, I understand that.
Correct.
Okay, I'm talking about the component of retail where people will just be in and out, that sort of, there is a segment to that, an element that is described. What is the terminology for that?
Madam Chair, so depending on when those trips occur,
Right.
they could be considered a peak hour trip. However, I think what I'm reading into here, are you referring to what we would call a pass-by trip? Somebody who's
Pass
not-
by. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Could you amplify that a bit for me? Thank you.
So a pass-by trip is somebody that is on the roadway, says, we will use an example for, let's assume the Caruso project has a coffee shop. The person is on the road. Let's say they are going from Montecito to Carpinteria, and they decide, oh, a coffee sounds really good. It wasn't their primary destination. They decide that they stop at the coffee shop during the peak hour. They grab their coffee, they get back on the road, and they continue to their primary destination, which would, in this case, be Carpinteria. That would be considered a pass-by trip. And as part of the traffic study, ATE did assume that there would be pass-by trips included, as well as internal capture trips, which is the trips that would be from the resort itself. So that has been looked at. It's not a large component because we're not talking about a large number of peak hour trips from this project. Keep in mind that the analysis is less robust than a lot of other projects because the traffic generated by this project did not even trigger the threshold to require a traffic study. Doesn't mean that traffic is not important. It doesn't mean we didn't look at it. It's just that based on our thresholds, we could have moved forward without even requiring a traffic study because the impacts associated with this project would not meet the level that we deemed something that would degrade an intersection beyond our standards.
Heard me.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all I have. Anyone else?
I'd like to ask, well,
Madam Chair, Commissioner, before we, sorry, I apologize to interrupt Commissioner Stahl. Just watching the clock, it's going on 11 o'clock. We do have a number of members from the community here that would like to provide testimony. It might be good for us to start that so that we can hear that and then do future questions later after lunch, just so we can move some of the.
And applicant questions waiting after public comment?
Chair, that is your discretion, but
Okay.
we could start having general public comment
right.
right now so we can hear some of the concerns of the public, and then that can help the questions that we ask the applicant.
Yes.
I just want to be cognizant of there are a number of
Yes.
people here.
Thank you. We are in agreement. Thank you. We've got about 32 and 5 online.
Currently 6.
6 online. So if we could, as far as the parameters, if we could basically distill this to 2 minutes and see how we go, and then 1 minute. It would be, if we can get done by noon or an hour, a quarter of, we could then turn to the applicant and ask questions to about 12:30, perhaps, take lunch. And that's basically sort of a parameter we could look at. All right. All right, let's start with there's someone who had to leave at 11, and I am trying to find, here it is. It is John Dinner? Thank you. And when you come up to the mic, if you could please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Turn that on.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, just to help expedite this, we could call up 5 people and have them line up so that they are in order.
Excellent idea. Let's do that. Okay. So I'll go through the names. Okay.
And so if the 5 people that are called in order just line up
thank you.
against the wall there, then we can just proceed.
Thank you. All right. We'll start with John, and we'll go to Brandon Arroyon, Harry Rabin, Eric Mozillo, and Paige Robinson. If you could just be ready. Again, let's see if we can keep it to 2 minutes. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Denver.
Thank you. My name is Dr. John Denver. I'm a retired physician. I've lived within 3 blocks of the Miramar property since 1975. My wife and I ride our bicycles past the Miramar property twice almost every day. And that area going across the bridge over the freeway and past the Miramar intersection with the road going to the hotel is without question the most dangerous and concerning part of our bike ride. There's a lot of traffic there. A lot of people don't stop at the stop signs, and it's pretty worrisome. I think this represents a safety issue that needs to be considered. And this is with many of the on and off ramps closed. I may go past 2 minutes, I'm sorry, but I'll try to keep it down. It said 3 minutes when I came up here. This is with many of the on and off ramps closed. It's going to get a lot worse when things open up. I want to briefly recommend strongly the Environmental Defense Center's very thorough report addressing parking and traffic issues and errors and flaws in the applicant's plan and the plan review process itself. I have a diagram up on the screen there. There are real safety and associated health problems, I believe, associated with the existing project and the proposed changes. I have marked the property. It's a schematic diagram. It's not any attempt to be to scale. It's bounded by the 101, the Union Pacific Railroad, Eucalyptus Lane, and Oak Creek. The low area that's marked low at the top of the drawing is sandwiched closely between the railroad and the 101. At the recent County Planning Commission meeting, it was requested that there was concerns raised for children and families that may be in the housing that's proposed. And there has been discussion in the public media from the Reverend at All Saints that he was, I will, that there would be problems that they would support a change in the plan to move the housing to a safer area. Diesel fuel consumption in trucks and trains are the main source of ultrafine particles. Okay. Okay. I'm trying. Trying to shove this plan through an end run around this committee. Pardon? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There we go. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Brandon Arroyan. Now that we know more about this Rosewood expansion project, it's clearly a disaster waiting to happen. It shows 2 beautiful pedestrian entry gates going directly into the new resort shops and cafe area. People looking to go there will naturally take the front row parking and, without knowing it, violate local codes and block coastal access. As you can see in this photograph, when this new valet entrance has cars waiting, it can cause a significant effect on an intersection and the roadways. It'll only take about 5 cars to block the intersection of this 5-way stop, and it can happen in as little as 30 seconds. Also, that truck, when oncoming traffic tries to access the valet at the same time, it can create a gridlock delay in both directions without any room to pass. Meanwhile, their forecasted in-house parking capacity for the entire resort is based off an extremely low number of visitors to both the shopping area and the cafe. What if they have a full-page ad campaign in LA Times promoting the shops? Their visitor numbers will easily be over capacity. Then there's the new parking stackers. They will likely be moving so slow, in the case of an emergency evacuation, will those cars be accessible? Apparently, Also in that eastern lot, the schematics also show that there are not enough vehicle charging stations that comply with their requirements. Of course, the other massive elephant in the room is the underground parking garage that will require 1,700 truckloads of removal and neighborhood logistics. I mean, if someone can come up with a proper EIR report that shows it's safe to proceed with all of these issues, then I think it's safe to reconsider this project.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner and Chairman. Better? Okay, there we go. I'm here today to see if this commission can indeed assist.
I'm sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
My name is Harry Rabin, and experience-wise, I work very closely with the fire department, search and rescue, you name it, over the years and through all these evacuations and disasters. So I'm here today to see if this commission can indeed assist in doing the right thing. That right thing here is upholding public safety for our neighborhood. That right thing is to insist that a proper traffic report, subject to peer review, must be done to ensure our safety. Here's our environment, a very close look at our area where we live today. Our area is a demolition zone, an upheaval of altered roads, exits, entrances, a dangerously narrowed highway double divided. It is a constant rotating and changing puzzle of which exit or ramp is available. Just 2 days ago, 6 out of 9 ramps between Padero and Olive Mill were closed. It varies. Navigating and gaining access to the 101 is like navigating a minefield. A once 5-minute drive to Carrillo from San Ysidro Road is 35 to 40 minutes, 5 days a week. Weekly accidents have become the norm. Yes, weekly, I've seen 2. So now let's add the Miramar expansion into the fray. The big rush to ramrod it through the system to bypass existing entities such as yourself. Why the rush, one would ask? A very reasonable question and concern. As head of the One Seaside Association representing homeowners in the immediate neighborhood, I supported the Miramar. I sat down with Rick Caruso and Rick Lemo. I wanted to be a good neighbor, and the project made sense. We compromised. It felt good. As the years went by, then most in our area did feel the same obligated to be good neighbors as we made that decision to support the Miramar. We have been good neighbors and did not file complaints. We tolerated threats to our safety even when fire trucks were blocked by choked off streets from overflow, even when Jameson was blocked because of valet cars and vans parking themselves in an active traffic lane, which continues today. We consider this to be the county's problem and for them to fix it. We lived with it. We were good neighbors with the Miramar. So you know what? This is unfair. You told me 3 minutes. We're entitled to that. You guys were taken out of the system. When do we have the opportunity to say what we need to say? It's important.
It is.
It's important. So I'm asking you for 1 minute.
I
1
concur.
minute.
It was going to be 3 minutes. We had basically more speakers come in, so to have everybody have an opportunity.
Okay, you know what? I'll sum it up. County planning tells us it's programmatic, meaning they're going to fix it as errors and problems occur. We'll expect the unexpected. This is problematic. It is ongoing, and you need to have a little foresight here.
Thank you. Page, and then we've got Anthony Donovan, Floyd Wicks, Brent Dill, and Wayne Siemens. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Eric Mazzillo. I'm a resident in Montecito. My family's been in Montecito since the 70s. I want to say, first and foremost, I appreciate all that you do. You do amazing things for Montecito, and that's why it is as beautiful as it is today. So I appreciate what you do truly. But I also appreciate everything Rick Caruso does. I am in full support of his project, and there are many others in the community who are not here to be able to voice that, to include a lot of people who were at the last meeting who didn't have opportunity to speak. Look, to me it's very simple. He's building affordables at his own cost on his existing footprint that provides 24-hour security for fully employed, worthy individuals with his own money. I think this is not only a great thing, a noble thing, but a creative way to solve a big problem that the nation has in general. Caruso is not just a fly-by-night person. He's been here since 2007. He has completely supported this community in every way possible, all the schools, all the churches. He's here to give. He makes sure he's accessible when people have problems. He does everything he can to make things right if he can. And if he can't, you know, he still tries. Very impressive. He is committed to this project. This hotel is his baby, and he gets to work with his baby, his son, Justin, who we see all the time in this community. I hope he becomes a bigger part of this community, quite honestly. And we support him in making such a great project. Everything Rick Caruso does is he improves areas. He commits to communities, and let's leverage that. Let's get on board with all of this, and let's be proud that Montecito puts together an amazing, affordable solution.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to also remind everyone, you have another opportunity at CPC for public comment, okay? So I just, if you're short on time, I apologize. I'm trying to get everyone, we all are, up here for public comment, but you will have another opportunity. So just a heads up on that. Please, Ms. Robinson, identify yourself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paige Robinson. I think I can explain why we've had less than a robust review. This traffic report is based on more than, they say they have to have a robust one that has to be more than 50 peak hour trips. But they're using the single apparel shopping code 876 that was the original when there was one sundry shop for trip generation. They're also saying we're using information based on what Caruso provided. That's what the county keeps saying, okay? Their opinion piece, this is what their report is not signed or stamped, as this one is, by a licensed engineer. There is no licensed engineer willing to put their license on the line for the information that's in this ATE report. As you can see in the letter that I wrote, there are multiple inconsistencies. By manipulating greenhouse gas data in order to skirt the environmental review, Caruso and the county are endangering our health and safety. It's time to stop the charade. The unsubstantial numbers will not stand up in court. For greenhouse gas, please refer to as parking, where the applicant claims 5 employee parking spaces for his new cafe and none for the shops for parking. But all of a sudden for greenhouse, he claims 11 employees for the exact same cafe and 50 full-time employees for his 12 new shops. But the whole place is supposed to only have 102 employees. So that leaves 41 people to take care of the rest of the resort. These numbers don't make sense. Please request they be substantiated. For greenhouse calculation, they list residents from both the lots totaling 96 residents across 34 apartments, 19 of which are studios. That averages 3.5 people per unit. This is their way to avoid CEQA. Please do the right thing. Require a peer review. The county, I'm sorry, I've just lost this because I had to make it 1 minute.
Yeah, wind it up. We appreciate it.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I got it. All right. Otherwise, we're going to be in court.
Well,
that's what I want to say.
Yeah, and then CPC, you please present your comments to one more time. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. Mr. Donovan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Anthony Donovan. I live 31 feet from the proposed Miramar project. I firmly believe that the Caruso team purchased their first and only hotel with the sole purpose of converting the Miramar seaside property into a destination retail center. The Montecito location would further enhance the Caruso brand, elevating the prestige of their other centers in their portfolio. Stealthily and methodically, Caruso has increased the number of retail shops in our neighborhood. Over the last 9 years, one small project at a time, Caruso has increased retail square footage tenfold. The current project is under review as a massive leap towards his ultimate goal. If this is passed, I believe that the rest of the bungalows will soon be easily and methodically converted to retail shops, one small project at a time. I plead with the Montecito Planning Commission to evaluate the site as a whole and add omitted existing retail housing and employee data within the entire parcel to the parking and traffic studies when considering environmental and traffic impact size thresholds. Doing it piecemeal is unacceptable and will circumvent the guidelines in place to protect our health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wicks, please. Oh, am I out of order?
Good morning, I'm Wayne Siemens.
Okay, thank you.
I,
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies.
My family and I have lived in Montecito since 1975. Our first house was a rental, $490 a month in 1975, and we lived there BC, before Caruso, until the hotel finally was approved in 2015, built in 2019, and we got to see everything cleaned up. So our perspective is maybe, I'm very much in favor of this development. Thank God it's as beautiful as it is. We didn't enjoy that early on. He bought this property in 2007, I believe, paid $52 million for it. I was in the development community and I never talked to anyone that said, hey, I think I'll tackle that Miramar project. I don't know anybody had 52 million sitting around. So I think we should be grateful for what happened under the guise under the control of somebody that really, really had world-class talent. We were talking, some real estate guys here today, and we were talking about who would have built that? What would it have been? How classy would it have been? I almost guarantee you that nobody else could have done something this wonderful with that piece of real estate. So I applaud you again for doing that for us. I'm not going to get into some of the affordable housing and the retail. Retail is about 50% of the size of an average U.S. grocery store, and some people call it the mall. I know. Are you going to grab me? Some people call it the mall, and that's a very small mall, half the size of a grocery store.
Thank
I
you.
got more, but I'll see you later. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. You have another. Mr. Wicks, please. And then we have Mr. Dill, Mr. Bollet, Austin Hecky, and Cindy Marcus. If they're here, if not, we'll go on. So please, Mr. Wicks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name's Floyd Wicks. I live actually immediately to the east of the Miramar Hotel. My wife and I have been there 32 years and have watched this amazing transformation to, frankly, from being a blight on the community of Montecito for nearly a decade to now being a first-class resort that is visited by people from all over the world. And I have prepared remarks, some of which comments are from my wife. I would like to provide these to you. My wife has undergone surgery recently. Nothing serious, but she would love to be here today to be presenting this in person. I'm kind of winging it because of the 2-minute thing. But my background, I am on the Montecito Water Board, but I'm here as a citizen and of the United States, of course, but a resident of Montecito. And literally, people have said, not in my backyard, but when you look at how close I live, my wife and I live to this project, we are absolutely in favor of it. This project has been tremendous for Montecito. This is literally in our backyard. The 26 employee units are within a stone's throw of where we live. The guest parking lot is what I see from my office window. So all I can say is that the Caruso team, they're just more than a team. They're my neighbors. There's Bryce, there's Katie, there's Philippe, there's Rick, and Rick. That's Caruso, Lemo, and Fidel. And I'm sure I left somebody out, but I didn't mean to if I did. But they're my neighbors, and they should be neighbors of all of us. We're fighting this thing back and forth, but this has been such a tremendous asset to our community. We're completely in favor, and I can tell them about done. So
Thank you, Mr. Wicks.
thank you very much. Where can
Appreciate
I
it.
leave this with somebody?
Yeah, you can drop it in the box here. Thank you very much. We'll make sure that gets to where it needs to get. Thank you. Mr. Dill?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brent Dill. I've lived on the Central Coast for 40 years and in Montecito for the last 10. I fully support the Miramar plan. The Caruso team has developed this plan very carefully with a lot of input and feedback from our community. It's going to make a positive change in the lives of Miramar employees and will have great impact for community members as well. My family and I have been enjoying all of the amenities at the Miramar Resort since it's opened. Some people are very concerned about traffic, but I think those concerns are overstated. The Miramar does not cause significant congestion today, and this plan won't change that. That's what I've experienced personally as being at the Miramar on a very regular basis, commuting from my home in Montecito to the Miramar and back. Many visitors to the new resort shops will be hotel guests already on the property, so I don't believe the ingress and egress traffic discussed necessarily is accurate. I understand the traffic study shows that during the busiest hours of the day, the project will attract less than one car every 2 minutes. During most of the day, even during other peak hours, the traffic levels will be far below that. As we know, the Miramar is located right at the 101 freeway, which will absorb the majority of cars coming to and from the site. The driveway on Eucalyptus Lane was eliminated, so cars will not flow directly into that neighborhood. And the current work on the 101 will be over time, and it will be over in time, and by the time construction begins on the Miramar, so no one will need to contend with both projects at once. The two large parking lots at the Miramar can be put to much better use to help employees create jobs, generate tax revenue, and meet our housing requirements. The Miramar has been wonderful for Montecito, and this is a natural evolution to make it even better, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Belay, hello.
I'm Tom Boley. I'm an architect and a professional engineer. I've lived in the community for 68 years. I'm a parishioner of All Saints. I'm a proponent of affordable housing in Montecito. I think it's a great concept and we should work towards that. That said, I'm concerned with the size, bulk, and scale of especially Eucalyptus Lane and Jameson, the mass of the market rate housing and the commercial. The community plan calls for expansion of hotels in the CV zone to be compatible with the old Montecito, which was single-story cottages with 6 rooms or less, where when you look at the massing of that building on the corner, it doesn't seem to be compatible with that image. I specifically want to talk about parking as well. Parking seems to be On paper, it works, but in practicality, it doesn't. An example of that is the parking platform. It is parking cars both in tandem spaces, but also in the aisles on either side. It has one ramp going down to South Jameson. So if you were trying to access the last car on the west side of that lot in a tandem space, you'd have to move 3 or 4 or 5 cars completely off the platform, drive them down to South Jameson, make a left turn against traffic, make another left turn into the regular east lot just to access one car. So I don't think the plan passes the test of practicality. When you look at the way they've laid out the spaces, they just won't work. All the aisles are filled with cars by valet that really have no place to be moved to get access to the cars inside. So it just isn't practical. So my hope is that in crafting conditions for this project, that you ask them to kind of go back to the drawing board on the parking and make it make sense. I also would hope to eliminate the underground parking structure if you could move that. Thank you.
Mr. Boulay?
Please.
Yes.
As you expanded, you mentioned the fact that it's not very feasible to get the last car out when you're stacked like they are. Is there some other alternative that would allow this parking garage, in your mind, since you're a structural engineer, would work better?
I think if you moved the underground parking structure from the west lot and combined it with the platform you have in the east lot, then you could have a two-way ramp, you could have an on-ramp and an off-ramp, and it would be much more functional to the whole hotel. That would free up the opportunity for trees and landscaping on the west end, and you could move some of that massing. I'm not trying to eliminate, just move the massing from that west end into the east lot. It could be on the second floor of the deck and be level with the pool. It could be communicating.
You're talking about the commercial end, or are you talking about the residential?
The commercial should be closer to the center of the hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For order, we have Austin Heckling, Cindy Marcus, and then Julie Telfer, Marnie Blau, and Shirley Babbitt. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Austin Herlihy. I'm a resident of Montecito. I'm speaking today as a resident, multifamily developer, and a commercial real estate broker to support the plans to improve the Miramar Hotel housing project. I mentioned last week that I thought both of these plans, the plan was practical and thoughtful. I have a strong understanding of the state bonus density laws as well as SB 330. I'm currently working on a similar project. It's my understanding that this project will be approved as it's well within the state's housing laws. My concern is that the more back and forth between the commissions and hearings is only going to divide the community more. In the end, I think everyone on this board knows that this project will end up being approved. Quite honestly, everyone should be thrilled that Mr. Crusoe is going to be providing employee-sponsored housing as it's the way of the future. Hands down, this is the nicest affordable housing project probably on the planet, and it should be celebrated. From everything I've seen, the Crusoe team has worked very hard to find common ground with their neighbors and the church. They have been to repeated meetings and a variety of different plans proposed to meet the church's goals. They've agreed to remove an entire third floor of their plan, which by state law, they don't have to, and also proposed an alternative that would preserve the mountain view from the parking lot. It's unfortunate that I think the church's refusal to compromise should kill this worthwhile project. The rest of Santa Barbara County is counting on this plan to help meet our housing requirements by the state. Building affordable housing isn't affordable. It costs the same amount of money as market rate housing. There has to be some economic component to make the project work. 17,000 square feet of retail is not a mall, and the retailers that will be in this project will not be t-shirt shops that have to sell 1,000 T-shirts a day. This will
Thank
be
you.
very low-impact retail.
Thank you. If you could just wind up, please. Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marcus? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cindy Marcus, and I have been a resident of Montecito for 30 years. I think the Caruso team has conducted themselves incredibly well throughout this process. From the beginning, Bryce, Katie, Justin, and others have been very approachable and always interested in hearing our views about their plan. Even when working with people who oppose the project, they have always remained respectful and willing to listen. In fact, I've seen them turn several opponents into strong supporters by explaining the vision behind the plan, listening carefully to responses, and then making changes. I wish more people could be as flexible and as committed to finding compromise as their team. I'm disappointed that many people who oppose the project have not acted with the same integrity. We've seen them spread a lot of misinformation and exaggeration about the plan. We've also seen people with no flexibility whatsoever intent on killing this entire project if they don't get exactly what they want. The opponents include some part-time residents who rent out their homes in the area for far more money than the rent on an affordable apartment. Caruso has already compromised a great deal with a plan that has changed substantially from what they first proposed. This is a great project from a world-class company run by a family that really cares about Montecito. I hope we can look past our divisions and move forward with this plan. I also would like to say that I have never had a problem parking in the Miramar neighborhood, and I want to address the emergency evacuations. The county had Army trucks at the church to take people out. No one was driving out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie Telfer, or no?
Julie, I'm speaking on behalf of Julie Tufel. Robert Tufel.
Okay.
My name is Robert Tufel. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Julie Tufel. We've lived in Montecito for 30 years. Both my wife and I are very much against the project. And my comments are really addressed to the commissioners. I've been a trial lawyer for over 50 years, and having sit through many meetings, I'm extremely encouraged by the scrutiny, thoughtfulness, and dedication that you folks in particular has addressed to the project. In my business, facts and details matter. And by listening, especially to Commissioner Stahl, drilling down to real particular facts that seems to be either overlooked, skirted, buried, whatever, are really encouraging. Because I've sat before appellate courts, and when the judge puts certain facts and questions, I'm encouraged because they're listening. And I'm very, very encouraged because you're listening. Everybody wants to speak, but you're listening. The owls, the most intelligent in the forest, they don't speak. They listen. And you're listening. And I'm very, very encouraged. I hope others listen, and I hope others bring the scrutiny and the dedication and the analysis that you folks are putting forward to this project. I know it's Commissioner Stahl and I know Mr. Police live here. We live here, and I really appreciate your scrutiny of this project. Thanks so much.
Much. Marnie? Thank you. And to be followed by Shelley Gaddett and Dale Goldsmith, Nina, I can't, Terzian, and David Goldberg. Thank you. Please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Marnie Blau. I'm a longtime resident of Montecito, have been here for over 25 years. I live within walking distance to the Miramar. I'm here to share my support for the Miramar proposal. I have been deeply impressed by the thoughtful and extensive engagement effort led by the Caruso team to help shape their plan for the Miramar. Their team held hundreds of meetings over the course of almost 2 years, meeting with anyone and everyone. This included open houses, meetings in our homes, and one-on-one conversations. They don't have to do any of this. Our feedback made a huge difference, as you can see in the redesigned plans. They reduced the amount of market rate units and retail space. They removed a driveway from Eucalyptus Lane. They increased the number of employee housing units, which we are in need of. They removed the entire third floor from the west parking lot. The revised plan has earned a strong level of community support. More than 160 people, including myself, signed the community support letters sharing our enthusiasm for this project. I understand that a similar number of individuals signed support letters for the project as well. I don't feel the opposition speaks for the majority of Montecito. Most of the opposition you hear is by the church and a small number of other neighbors. I believe most of the Montecito appreciates the Miramar, supports affordable employee housing, and recognizes that those 26 units will not be possible without the rest of the plan. I can only say that the Caruso team has made themselves part of the community in every sense of that term. And I am a big supporter, and I know somebody else said they never had trouble parking there, and there was laughter in the audience.
we're
I am
gonna
on
have
this
to
property
wind it
every
up.
single day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You'll have another opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. I'm Dale Goldsmith with the AGD law firm representing Miramar. As I think you probably know, the state has declared that California is suffering from a housing crisis of historic and epic proportions. In response, the state has adopted a series of laws to promote the production of housing, especially affordable housing. These laws include SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. As set forth in HCD's support letter, these laws prohibit the city from applying non-objective standards to the project. In addition, under the Housing Accountability Act, the county can only reject or reduce the density of the project if they make a finding based on a preponderance of evidence, a very high standard, that the project would result in a specific adverse impact on human health, public health or safety, based on objective, quantifiable standards in effect at the time the application deemed complete. State law is very clear that opinion and anecdote just don't count. This is a very high bar indeed. The state also adopted an exemption for infill projects in counties to facilitate and promote new housing. As set forth in the staff report and the comprehensive expert reports supporting that staff report, the project fully qualifies for this exemption. You have heard opinion, speculation, and argument, and you probably will hear more of that. However, you have not heard any credible evidence to support a finding that the project would result in a significant environmental impact or would otherwise not qualify for the exemption. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Nina Terzian, a resident of Montecito, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Miramar plan. I have a home close to the Miramar, and I consider them to be a superb neighbor and community member. I believe we're lucky to have them in our neighborhood. I have always felt welcome at the Miramar. That includes invitations to attend the free community events they hold all year long, which are great fun for all ages. My favorite is the annual dog show. We all love that. It wasn't too long ago that the Miramar was a vacant site. It was abandoned, deteriorating, and boarded up behind a chain link fence. I, for one, am thrilled Those days are behind us. The Miramar is a beautiful spot with a level of design and attention to detail that is world-class. I know the new plan will maintain the same exceptional level of quality and hospitality that distinguishes it today. I am happy to be part of the engagement process that led to this new plan, which lasted nearly 2 years and included many different opportunities for comment. I feel that my input was heard and valued. Please know that I am far from being alone in the support for the Miramar. Hundreds of neighbors agree and are applauding this plan, which will bring lasting benefits to employees, residents, and visitors. Thank you. And thank you, Rick Caruso and your team.
Thank you. Mr. Goldberg?
Good morning, Commissioners. David Goldberg of the AGD Law Firm representing the Miramar.
I think we're behind. Okay, Philip Drott, Matt Zerzik, Ted Boer, Peggy Toscano, something like that. I'm sorry. All right. Pedro, sorry. Thank you, it's handwriting. And Robert Smith, thank you, please. I apologize.
Of course. Good morning, Commissioners. David Goldberg of the AGD Law Firm representing the Miramar. Speaking in support of the project, specifically, I would like to speak to the consistency of the project with the county's Certified Local Coastal Program and the Coastal Act. The project will be protective of coastal access. The project's parking study demonstrates the project would have a surplus of 18 parking spaces, ensuring there would be no potential for project parking on neighborhood streets. The project would not significantly obstruct public views from public roads or recreation areas, as the views are already substantially blocked by existing development. Private views are not afforded protection under the Coastal Act. The project would be compatible with the existing physical scale of the area, as its heights would be consistent with and no greater than the heights of the existing tallest buildings on the property, and would be consistent with the existing cottage-style architecture of the resort. The project would be safe from coastal hazards, including flooding, during its design life based on expert analysis prepared in accordance with the Coastal Commission's sea level rise policy guidance, and based on compliance with the flood zone requirements for this site to incorporate 2 feet of freeboard above the base flood elevation. The project would be consistent with biological resource policies, as it would adhere to a 50-foot buffer required from Oak Creek. And the project would be consistent with the Coastal Act's environmental justice policies, as the market rate and affordable employee housing would be comprised of the same high-quality construction and design and respectively located on-site with equal dignity. The project is not only consistent with, but advances LCP and Coastal Act policies and warrants your support. Thank you.
Point of order, please, staff. If the applicant versus public comment, is the applicant team part of public comment or part of the applicant team?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, anybody in the applicant team should be speaking during the applicant's presentation.
Thank you.
So the recommendation is if there's any other people that are speaking during for the applicant's team, they need to be part of the rebuttal process.
Thank you.
But this is
Thank you.
reserved for those members
Right.
not part of the
All
applicant
right, just a
team.
heads up. Thank you. Okay, please, next, Philip Drock.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Philip Drock, a neighbor of
Thank
the
you.
Miramar. The Miramar expansion does not meet the criteria for CEQA exemption, and EIR is required. To be exempt, the project must conform with zoning in the general plan, which it does not do. Rushing to approve this project under an expiring exemption doesn't eliminate the need to comply with local planning regulations. Planning regulations that don't require an objective-subjective distinction. And the project's significant excavation, over 17,650 and 4,300 cubic yards of cut, directly conflicts with the presumed presence of Chumash archaeological sites, see California SBA 18 and 19, which are assumed eligible on the National Register of Historic Places. The staff has relied on the Phase 1 Cultural Resources Technical Report by DUDEC, but this key document has not been made public in a redacted or summary form or to this commission. This lack of transparency undermines the assertion that there are no significant cultural resources, especially when the opposite was found by Rincon Consultants across the freeway at the roundabout construction. The inclusion of extension mitigation measures like archaeological monitoring, which are found in the staff review notes for this project, further suggests that the risk to these resources are real and were considered. I understand that the county may be concerned about potential SB 330 lawsuits from the state or the applicant and his phalanx of lawyers if this project is denied. But not requiring an EIR exposes the county to private litigation too, which can lead to large fee awards to the prevailing party. Denying an EIR now and jamming through this project doesn't avoid risk, it only shifts it. So leave the SB 330 for another day and make findings that relate to the CEQA exemptions, thread the needle, and mitigate the legal risks for the county for all sides, and give this project the scrutiny that it requires. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions? I think, yeah.
Yes, you were saying that these, you have a problem with this? If you want to get in line, you can get in line. Of course, you're part of the applicant, so you can. You were talking about the archaeological studies that have not been voiced or otherwise present to a board like ourselves or a commission. What do you mean by that?
Referenced within the staff report is a reference to the DUDEC Phase 1 Cultural Technical Resources Report. And that is a resources report that discusses the potential for archaeological significance on site. Now, oftentimes sites, reports like these are redacted or in other ways sealed to protect the sensitivity of the archaeological site. However, in this case, there's been no redaction, there's been no presentation to the commissioners regarding whether or not these sites are applicable. We do know that there is reference in the staff report to both SBA 18 and 19 sites adjacent to the railroad right-of-way. However, in the roundabout sanitary roundabout building, Rincon Consultants also cited the same 18 site as being presumed to be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, and recommended and required significant mitigation measures. And so there's no.
But do we have any knowledge of this study on this corner? You're saying that it exists and we don't see it?
That's what I'm saying. It's referenced. It hasn't been prepared either. Okay. It hasn't been given in either a redacted form to the public to protect the location of the sensitivity.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
You have a response to that?
We have two things to say. I'm going to let staff speak toward the ARC issue. We also want to point out for the commission that the comment about the CEQA exemption expiring is inaccurate. There has been a new law that was passed that extends that CEQA exemption until 2032. So we just wanted to clarify that for the record. In terms of archaeology, did you guys have something?
Commissioner Puliche, through the chair, it is our standard practice to not include archaeological resource reports in what's distributed to the public in order to protect the location of those resources. They often talk about sites in the vicinity. The report did conclude that the development is located in two existing developed paved parking lots, and there are no known significant resources in these locations. And if there were unknown resources that were discovered during construction, it's very unlikely that they would be intact due to the existing development. Additionally, there are conditions on the project requiring a cultural resources monitor during construction and a typical stop work at encounter condition.
Okay. Thank you.
And not even a redacted, you wouldn't, it was referenced, that's all. We're trying to get everything before us. If it was referenced and redacted, could it be available in public record?
Chair Senauer, I typically err on the side of caution, but I did upload the redacted version yesterday when I saw the comment letter in order to respond, but I was just trying to be overly cautious.
Understood, but it is, well, it's public record now, correct? It's on both MPC and CPC site.
Chair Senauer, it's uploaded to on our project sites page, the box link at the bottom of that where all the project materials are located. It's located for public view there.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, all right.
Madam Chair, we can print out a copy and share that with the commission during
Thank
lunch.
you. Appreciate. I'm sorry. Next, Matt Zurzik.
Part of the applicant team, so won't be.
Oh, no, yes, thank you. Ted Boer, thank you. And then next, we have Pedro Toscano, Robert Smith, Matthew Smith, and, can you read that?
No, I have no idea.
Anyway, we'll start with that. Thank you. Please, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Todd Boer. My family has lived in Montecito since 1900. The King and the Jameson families were neighbors to the Daltons, the original Miramar developers. But before the Kings and the Jamesons and the Daltons, the Barbareño band of Chumash people lived here. The roundabout at Jameson and San Isidro required extensive archaeological oversight due to its location within the sensitive CA-SBA 18 archaeological site, home to a Chumash village and burial grounds. The staff report claims no significant cultural resources are within the project areas, which include archaeological sites 18 and 19. The ground disturbance on these sites will be substantial, 17,650 cubic yards in the northwest parking lot and 4,300 in the northeast, in areas likely tied to historic Chumash sites and burial grounds. Protect our archaeological resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to have this moment to speak. My name is Pedro Toscano. I'm a business agent with the Western States Council of Carpenters, and I represent 2,000 members that live in the Santa Barbara County. And yeah, we would like to support this project and, you know, have our members build this project. We built it the first time, and we would like that opportunity again. Thank you very much. Keep it nice and simple.
Thank you. Thank you. Robert Smith, Matthew Smith. We can't, it's Sally. Is there a Sally? Sally is next. Steve Koch, and Fennington, Jack. All right, in that order. Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Robert Smith. I'm a parishioner at All Saints. I serve on the church's vestry, which is our board of directors, and I also serve as an usher. My main concern with the Miramar expansion is the potential parking problem by having a retail center right next to our church. There is apparently already a parking problem. I recently observed one Sunday people parking up and down Eucalyptus Lane and then walking to an event at the Miramar. One couple even drove through our parking lot looking for a space to park. Retail shops are going to attract even more cars in need of parking. Those shoppers may decide to park in our lot, creating a parking shortage for our parishioners and our visitors. I'm concerned about retail customers who might park in our lot when the retail center parking lot is full, or perhaps just avoid paying a valet fee. I don't want us at All Saints to have to assume a new role as the parking police. Part of our church's mission statement says, "We welcome all," and it's on our website, you can all read it. But it puts us in a difficult position to remain a church that welcomes all while also having to be the parking police. Our parking lot needs to remain available for our parishioners and our visitors and not serve as an option for retail shopping customers. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Smith. I live in Montecito, and I'm a resident and also parishioner at All Saints. I'm just, here to express concerns regarding the evacuation routes in that general area, as well as it being in a flood zone. Observing this conversation by Zoom and also in the room over the last 2 meetings, I just call attention that we need to have a comprehensive plan about how to evacuate the area for the overall safety of our citizens and also at the church. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Sally Peterson. I am here because I have real concerns about the safety in the neighborhood of Eucalyptus Lane and South Jameson's. I honestly do not believe that Mr. Caruso and his team are the bad guys and the church and the neighborhood are the good guys. I just don't think that Mr. Caruso has stood at the intersection and watched during drop-off and pickup times for the preschool that's at All Saints by the Sea and for Friendship Center, which is across on the other side of Eucalyptus Lane. Already, we see young families juggling, trying to get their children across the intersection and into the safe part of the sidewalk. We are now talking about adding how many more vehicles to this area. I'm not concerned about the vehicles for the affordable housing, which we totally support. Those people will already be living and working on site. I am concerned about shoppers, people who want to use the cafe, at the same time that a father is holding his 1-year-old as he rushes across to get his 3-year-old to safety. What about the spouse who is dropping off his wife at Friendship Center? She's in a wheelchair. He needs to get across the road. What about their safety? I think we have real concerns here when we're talking about adding that many more vehicles. And 4 to 6 for a traffic study? I'm not sure that's the right time we need to be looking at. What about noon when the spouse goes to pick up their partner? What about 1 o'clock when mom goes to pick up her wee one at the preschool? I think we need to look at the safety of this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Koch, and then we'll have Mr. Finnegan, Dante DiLoretto, Jan Larson, Rick Rockenbach. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Koch, and I'm here to express serious concerns about the proposed expansion of up to 12 retail stores at the Miramar Beach Resort. This project goes well beyond what our community's zoning and general plan allow. This proposal would transform Montecito's beloved semi-rural character into an urban commercial zone by nearly tripling the retail footprint in a coastal resort zone. This is inconsistent with the zoning in our community plan, which emphasizes protecting our residential feel and preserving public access to our coast. Beach areas already have parking and traffic challenges, and adding more retail would make it worse, compromising public coastal access and straining local infrastructure. Miramar already parks employees off-site for big events, showing their shared parking analysis is flawed. The requested parking reductions can be denied without worrying about SB 330 or CEQA. Respect Montecito's unique identity and keep the scale of this project in check. I urge you to reject this proposal and protect the character and integrity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jack Finnegan, I'm the guy in the picture of the church with the vest on. I was hired as the crossing guard at All Saints from 2019 until 2023. I've lived in Montecito since 1977 and in the neighborhood adjacent to the Miramar since 1995. Prior to moving to Santa Barbara, I was a first responder in the Coast Guard, search and rescue, and an ocean lifeguard, and a manager of a civil defense evacuation team on the East Coast. Sally Peterson addressed what I would like to address about safety. I will, in addition, tell you I rescued a child from being hit by a car when there was an event at the Miramar that impacted the parking on the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Mr. De Loretto?
Hello, I'm Dante Di Loretto, a native of Montecito, and I grew up at 159 Miramar Avenue, currently a resident of the neighborhood. I'm the son of a real estate broker. I support growth and development in a mature and considered manner, and this plan is not that. Growing up in this community, I've experienced the good and the tragic. As a child, my brother was struck and killed by a car while riding his bike on East Valley Road when I was 4 years old. I am deeply concerned about the impact on the health and safety of our community by the rushed approval of this development plan. I urge you to do what I do. Spend 15 minutes at that intersection. Watch the pedestrian, bicycle, and five-way vehicular traffic. Even with the on-ramp and off-ramp at this intersection closed for construction, the amount of traffic now and the amount of unsafe traffic behavior is remarkably high. Up to 21 stores. One store for every 7.33 rooms. Let's put that into context. The 365-room Hilton has one coffee shop and one gift store. All of Coast Village Road has fewer than 100 retail shops. How can this many luxury retail stores create fewer than 50 peak traffic trips? This development plan relies on an outdated and incomplete traffic report. Do the right thing. Deny the waivers and require an independent traffic and parking study based on real data. However many times you use the words employee housing, there is no question that adding this much retail square footage to the already existing expanded retail storefronts on the property creates a regional mall, exacerbating an already dangerous traffic situation for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jan Larson? And after Ms. Larson, Mr. Rockenbach, John Aguilar, Henry Travers Newton, and Claire Gossinger. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. My name is Jan Larson. I live in Montecito with my husband, who grew up here. We love Montecito, and we particularly love its strong sense of community. The Caruso team, to our mind, has proven itself a dedicated member of that community. At the end of January, Santa Barbara County's Housing Element Plan was deemed in substantial compliance with the state's Regional Housing Needs Assessment. The Miramar's development project helped our county reach that substantial compliance. It was one of only 2 sites identified in Montecito, the other being the Biltmore, though other public spaces such as Manning Park were also considered. Montecito received significant criticism at the time for not contributing its fair share to the Regional Housing Needs Assessment prior to the inclusion of these 2 sites. The Miramar Development Project is being privately financed using no taxpayer funds. There are 26 affordable employee housing units, which means it's over 76% affordable. That's compared to the 20% affordable requirement under the Builder's Remedy rules. By contrast, the most recently completed low-income housing project in Montecito was faculty housing done at Westmont in the late 1990s. The reason there's been a 30-year time period since then with no new affordable housing projects is because affordable housing is really difficult to navigate in terms of the economics. It requires an economic driver. The plan that the Caruso team has proposed, in the configuration it has proposed, has that economic driver. It's the shops. Without that, the project cannot support itself and we lose the whole thing. Should Caruso and his team be successful, and I hope they will have checked the box for Montecito's part in our area's low-income housing requirements in a tasteful and less impactful manner than us having to sacrifice public areas such as Manning Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rockenbach? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rock Rockenbach. My parents moved us as kids to Montecito in 1972. And after retiring as a career as an Air Force JAG, I was able to move my family back here, and we're thrilled to be here. I fully support the Miramar project. And I guess my question is, if not this, then what and where? We have to have affordable housing. State law requires it. And frankly, we have a need for it even without the state law. And we have folks that commute up here all the time to make our businesses run. We owe them some affordable housing. Montecito has to take its share of that. If we don't put it here, where do we put it? Commissioner Stahl, you're concerned about safety. So am I. Commissioner Polisi, you mentioned it. Had friends that were lost in the mud flow, had friends that lost their houses in the mud flow. So that's very near and dear to me. My sister is a retired Santa Barbara City firefighter. So those things are of great concern. This is right on the freeway. If Montecito is going to take its fair share, we're going to put them in the foothills, on San Isidro Road at Manning Park. Where else can we do this? Already developed within the footprint, right on evacuation routes. And if this was approved today, by the time bulldozers started to roll, the 101 freeway project is going to be complete. Projects like this don't happen that quickly. So looking at the conditions today and trying to be concerned about what's going to happen when construction is going just doesn't seem to be reasonable. We need to have a box checked for the state. Montecito needs to do their part. He's offering to do that. He's come up with this plan with an economic driver for it with these shops. And so he's going to get it done for us, for his employees. Don't let pursuit of perfection get in the way of what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, that wasn't bad, right on the 2 minutes.
It was. Good job. Mr. John Aguilera? Henry Travers Newton? Thank you. And then it'll be Claire Gotzinger, Peter Sawyer, Robert Tufel, and then we'll go to our. Okay. All right. How many are online, David? 6. Okay. And then we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Henry Travers Newton. My background's in historic preservation. My wife and I, my late parents, my late grandmother attended All Saints, and we all lived on Miramar Avenue, just off of San Isidro. So I've got some insights there. When we met at All Saints with Supervisor-elect Roy Lee, I was the one that nominated All Saints for historic status, and I'd just like to challenge the representation that this would not affect the view of the church. That isn't my point. I'm going to go to safety, but it does, because the church, I think, is a little reluctant to address a private issue that the side chapel holds people's ashes, and there is a prayer area to pray with side windows, and you look at the mountains, and that will be disturbed by the new addition. That'll be blocked. And I think you need to see through the smoke screen here. We appreciate affordable housing. We need it, and we applaud it. But Bob Easton, the architect who did the $14 million restoration of All Saints, has proposed a one-story affordable housing area that wouldn't block the view. And we just don't understand this need for shops. And when I lived on Miramar Avenue, I'd often notice coming south, especially in the morning, you know, with gardeners and workers, the freeway would be, the slow lane would become blocked in 101. So it seems to me a no-brainer. You need to look at the need for a roundabout next to the Miramar, especially if you're going to add all of these new houses. And about Oak Creek, our bridge, it was a one lane easement road off of Miramar Avenue, and it was a stone and rock wall, and it was nearly destroyed, I think, around 98.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Sure.
Were you at the landmark meeting for the All Saints?
Well, no, well, when Roy Lee was there?
No,
No.
the meeting with the Historic Landmark Committee.
No.
Were you at that meeting? Okay,
No.
thank you.
Okay.
Claire, I'm sorry. Did I get it out of sequence? It is, I'm sorry. This, yes, yes. This gentleman was standing in front of you. I was just wondering if I got it out of sequence. Thank you.
Good morning. Almost not morning. As many of you know here, I've been at this for a long, long time. I actually sat in your seats for many years, and I actually was a member of the group who created the community plan. I've lived in Montecito for 60 years now, and I am here just to say thank you to Rick Caruso and his crew of people who have created a gem for Montecito. I mean, a hotel that is open to any member of any member in Montecito at any time. You know, you can always walk in, you can actually sit down, have lunch, or not, or walk out and go down to the beach, do whatever, you know. And I think that the adding of this is absolutely the wonderful thing, because Montecito has resisted having a plan that creates these new buildings. Montecito hasn't ever wanted this in Montecito, because Montecito is better than what everybody else thinks. You know, I mean, that's kind of how it's always been. It's been very, very difficult to get affordable housing into Montecito, you know. And so I'm clearly here to support the project. You know, the questions that you've been asking about roads and all of that, that has nothing to do with this project. That's a community issue. You know, it's not about, you know, this project, you know, has come up with really a great solution to for the community to have affordable housing, you know. And as far as the traffic and the roads and all of that, that's not their problem.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much,
Okay.
and thank you for
you're
thank you for
welcome
your
to continue to
service.
CPC.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Sawyer, thank you. And then Robert Tufel, and then we will, have I missed anybody? Oh, he spoke. Thank you. All right. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Please.
My name is Peter Sawyer, and my family has lived in the community between Oak and San Ysidro Creeks for nearly 100 years. Let me be clear, I am pleased that the Rosewood is part of our community. But it is also clear that this application for the Miramar is a way for the Miramar to bypass the environmental review process to build retail and provide housing, recruitment, and retention for middle management employees. I am not opposed to affordable housing in my backyard on that eastern parking lot which is literally in my backyard. But I feel that this is not what Miramar employees or the community truly needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has there anyone who's submitted a speaker slip that I have not called? Thank you. We will then go, David, to online comments where I think we have 6. Thank you.
So just go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak. I'll call on you. First, our first speaker will be Cliff Gerson, to be followed by Christopher Horner and then Valerie Arroyon.
First speaker, please.
Good afternoon, dear Chair and members of the MPC. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. With this project, traffic and
I'm sorry, sir, can you just introduce yourself before you start speaking?
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry. My name is Cliff Gerson. I live near the Miramar and have lived in the area for nearly 50 years. With this project, traffic and vehicular congestion will be unacceptably increased in the region of the project to the point where our neighborhood safety and health will be compromised. We reject the ATE traffic study as being inadequate. First of all, the study, as you know, was bought and paid for by the Caruso group, who is the applicant. Secondly, the ATE traffic study solely used the engineer's trip traffic generation manual, where various categories of businesses were cited in order to estimate traffic counts. This manual, by the way, was published in 2021, so it is already 3 years old. By the proposed completion date, that manual will be more than 6 years old. However, in the report, there is actually no reference to actually counted or observed traffic numbers. There may not have been an actual attempted count. And in fact, I find that it would have been impossible to count actual numbers since the southbound freeway on-ramp at Posillipo Lane has been closed since June, and both northbound on-ramp and off-ramp at San Isidro are also both closed for the year to come. Therefore, even traditional or normal traffic conditions have been heavily altered, and traffic patterns are not normal at this time. It therefore seems nearly impossible to make an accurate report under these conditions. A couple of other big holes in the ATE report have to do with not counting valet parking. Every single passenger car that arrives at the hotel and at the new mall will have an extra 2 trips from the Eucalyptus Corner down to the valet parking area in the east lot and then back again. In addition, I do not see any mention of the extra service and delivery vehicles that will be frequenting the area, including taxis and other commercial vehicles not calculated or mentioned.
Mr. Gerson.
In summary, I urge you to listen to the folks who have been testifying here and deny this project on grounds of traffic congestion and safety concerns. Thank you.
Who's up, David?
Our next speaker will be Christopher Horner, to be followed by Valerie Arroyon.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please
great.
say your name. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Christopher Horner, respectfully to the Planning Commissioners. As a 12-year resident of the Miramar neighborhood, I am very concerned with the Caruso Group's desire to rush the hotel expansion plan, including the strategy to fast-track approval before a more likely stricter counting commission is seated in January. By pushing so hard to rush the intensive additions proposed for the Miramar's northwest corner without deeper study of the potential negative impacts on area traffic flow, public parking, flood control, emergency services and evacuation, adequacy of utility infrastructure, and more, the Caruso Group, as well as the commissioners, are potentially putting neighborhood residents' health and welfare at risk, as well as that of hotel guests and staff. They are also putting themselves in the legal line of fire for the possible bad outcomes of hasty, ill-considered decision-making. Montecito's susceptibility to disasters is well known, with the 101's disruptive construction slated to go into at least 2026, and other projects such as the Music Academy expansion, the YMCA, and the Biltmore and Coral Casinos resumption of operations. I believe no one is paying sufficient attention to the safety and well-being of the many stakeholders in these projects. Each will have long lives and major impacts on specific neighborhoods and the area as a whole. Where is a master plan for that? How can new construction of the Miramar expansion size occur without causing tremendous additional nuisance, disruption, and pressure on the surrounding neighborhood? How, for example, do you even do an accurate traffic study with the 101 so torn up? The Caruso Group's Miramar is an important and appreciated part of this community whose beauty and character have been built over generations, but it does not own it. The company and the planning commissions are urged to respect and protect this part of Montecito by taking the time required to
Thank
study
you,
the
Mr.
full
Gerson.
potential.
Thank you. I Mr. Horner, I got you out of sequence. Thank you very much, Mr. Horner.
Our next speaker will be Valerie Arroyon, to be followed by Maxwell Yulin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Valerie Arroyon, and I live a block and a half from the resort. Today, I am here sharing my concerns for the health and safety of our community. Parking is our greatest concern and the Rosewood's biggest shortfall. The resort is critically short of parking. We walk our neighborhood almost every day, and we often see resort staff parking throughout the surrounding neighborhood. Some days, the beach access is overflowing, and even just a few cars from the Rosewood can make a huge difference in the availability of parking for coastal access. The QAD campus in Summerlin is often used for their overflow parking, but oftentimes employees and vendors still park in the areas surrounding the resort. This new proposal is guaranteed to bring more employees and guests to the resort. So the question is, what is the plan if and when the QAD campus parking is no longer available for their use? Another concern is evacuation. What is the plan? Now that employees and guest vehicles will be loaded onto stackers, how will they quickly and efficiently move cars? I watched several videos and the process is very slow. Keep in mind, there will be 2 valets operating at the same time, and they will all be parking cars in the same lot using the same entrance and exit that will be used by beach club members, beachside residents, and those using public beach access routes. We all wonder about a better solution. I believe that the county-owned Manning Park would be an ideal spot for an affordable housing complex that would benefit our entire community, not just the employees of the Rosewood Resort. The location is centrally located and is surrounded by excellent resources such as a park, schools, the YMCA, and even a bus stop. My final comment is in regards to the luxury retail shops. Our community has been united in supporting the 26 affordable rental units, but has been completely divided by the shops. To me, this is the most unfortunate part of this whole project.
Thank you. Ms. Arroyon, we need to close it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. David, next.
Our next speaker will be Maxwell Yulin.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Hello, my name is Maxwell Yulin. I am an attorney for Unite Here, Local 11. We are a union representing some 32,000 food service and hospitality workers across Southern California and Arizona. We submitted a comment letter prior to this hearing, but I am here to highlight some of our concerns and thoughts. We have significant concerns about the density bonus and CEQA process here involved in this case and in the project. As a union representing working class employees, we're very much in favor of housing and the housing development on the project, but we remain very concerned about the retail expansion that has been proposed. And we urge the commissioners to ask questions of the applicant, such as, why is it, for example, that in 2015, this project was approved with a 1,000 square foot boutique sundry, but that plan has now expanded to 8,500 square units of retail joints? Have there been any annual reports on parking for employees that have been provided? And have they been looked at by commissioners? What has been the parking issue historically in this area? Not just what has happened since the last Planning Commission hearing to try and address it, but rather the long-term experience of residents and workers. There are two parking lots proposed for renovation that are interrelated with the resort, since resort parking is dependent on them. Yet the Planning Commission is only looking at the 5-acre parcel, not the 16 acres that would include the parking. So why is that? And isn't that failing to include the parking, which is isn't the failure to include the parking, which is factored into other considerations of the applicant, inconsistent with their application? And then finally, why was the retail put on the western edge of the parcel instead of the eastern edge? And is this a continuation of adding retail to the retail that had already been added to the project?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We urge you to support the housing, but to consider alterations of this plan for the reasons that we have expressed.
Thank you. David?
All right. We have two additional members of the public online. They do not have their hand raised. I just want to give the opportunity. Hillary Hauser and Christina McDermott, would either one of you like to speak on this item?
Yes, Hillary Hauser. Am I heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Hillary Hauser, I'm calling you from Seattle. Been watching the meeting, and thank you for the opportunity to express myself. I and Hill the Ocean also is concerned with the regulatory processing of this issue. It's not about Mr. Caruso being nice and the place is nice and the restaurant's nice. That your staff, the Montecito Planning Commission staff, said they asked if the evacuation safety plan about it, and the staff said it was not done yet, but will be done by the time of the County Planning Commission. They were asked about the internal capture trips. There are components missing from the studies that the Montecito Planning Commission needs to make its recommendation to county. And for these questions to be shoved off to the county is not correct. The Montecito Planning Commission needs to know this information. Finally, it's not real clear. We know that their 330 has a timeline, but we're not sure whether this project fits the builder's remedy. And staff needs to explain why it fits the remedy and answer these other questions. There's too much. We'll discuss this later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have someone else?
Ms. McDermott, did you wish to speak on this item?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Ms. Hauser, I believe, is our last speaker.
Thank you. That closes public comment, and it is 12:20. And I think the going forward, we would take a lunch break. We would come back and have the applicant.
Do we do staff
Yes,
questions
yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chris Robertson. We're just wondering if we can have a moment for rebuttal.
Oh, you can. I thought it could be. We could do it now or right after lunch.
We can do it now if
Okay.
it pleases the commission.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. For the record, again, Chris Robertson, Senior Vice President with Caruso. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you again to staff for all of the hard work that they've put into reviewing the project. Mr. Goldsmith went over the regulatory framework within which our project falls, so I won't revisit that. I'd like to talk a minute about the allegations that we're trying to rush this through or circumvent any sort of process. If we were processing our application pursuant to county code, we would send out, or the county would send out a notice to the neighbors within 300 feet of the project, notifying them that the application has been deemed complete, and then they would receive another notice 10 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. That's absolutely not the case. We started reaching out to the community about 2 years ago, and as a result of the feedback that we've gotten, we've made significant revisions to the project, which Katie's gone over in her PowerPoint earlier. I also want to stress that we could bring this project forward pursuant to density bonus with one affordable unit. This is 26 affordable units for employees. That's 76% of the project is affordable and meets 26% of the employee housing as required for the county and the housing element. This is not being done anywhere. Moving over to the technical studies for a moment. Our traffic study, of course, was prepared by a licensed civil engineer that has the credentials as required by the state. We use the trip generation factors of a apparel store because they reflect the land use closest to what we're proposing. Although we include as a data point in the study that in actuality, our use would generate much fewer trips, we didn't change the data whatsoever. It's just a data point. Regards to manipulating data for GHG versus parking, that's absolutely not true. We're looking at two different issues. So with parking, we're looking at the maximum number of people that are going to be on the site at any given time. With GHG, we're looking at the total number of emissions that is going to be generated by the project. So we're not picking and choosing. We're looking at two different issues as required by CEQA, as documented in our reports, and as independently reviewed by staff. Just because there are a handful of community members that disagree with the findings or conclusions of the reports doesn't mean it's true. We've worked with area experts on each of these issues, and again, they've been independently reviewed by staff and the various departments involved in reviewing this, and the conclusions stand. And I want to conclude by just saying that there's a piece of information that's come to our attention very recently that has us very concerned about whether or not we can actually have a fair hearing today. Earlier this week, our planner, Ms. Brown, received a letter from Commissioner Stahl that's 18 pages in length and over 6,000 words. As some of you know, it's very easy to go into Word and see who authored the document. This document was authored by a neighbor, Philip Drott, who's an attorney and a known opponent of the project, who has also been leading the church's effort to oppose our project. This begs the question, how did Commissioner Stahl come to have this document? Why was it not disclosed during public comment? If it wasn't authored by Mr. Drott, who was it authored by, and why was that not disclosed? In my 20 years of working in land use, I've never seen something like this at this length. It calls into serious question whether or not this commission has prejudged our project. We're happy to answer any questions. We're here to listen, but I think it's important to daylight that for the commission and for the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Felice.
I just have a question. You did mention the fact that the traffic engineer was a licensed traffic engineer?
Civil engineer.
Civil engineer?
Correct.
And is that part of the ATE company?
Correct.
And can you state that name, who that is?
I can get you the name.
Okay. Is he fully employed there?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Stahl.
Is that the same company that did the study for your original CUP?
Yes.
Because if their figures at that time had been accurate, then you wouldn't be needing to use QAD or the All Saints parking lot for any of your events.
Could we
Isn't
hold
that
these
correct?
questions to the applicant?
Okay.
After
Okay,
lunch?
but she works for the
Okay,
applicant.
yes, I know, but if we can just keep it going here and give the opportunity to the applicant, we can, after lunch, address those questions. This rebuttal, is there any other further points you'd like to make?
We're happy to address any questions the commission has. I didn't know how much time we had to speak, and I wanted to kind of cover the high points.
Yeah, well, we'll come back after lunch and query the applicant. And, and you'll get the questions then, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So it is 12:20. If we come back at 1:20 or earlier, 1:30, and also to give a heads up that Commissioner Stahl is constraining when we need to conclude this hearing, and she has to leave at 4:30. So that will leave us without a quorum. And so it has to be, unless there's a change, undertaken before then. Thank you very much. All right, we'll wait. Yes. Yes, we're back after lunch recess. We are resuming our agenda for today's project, and I believe Commissioner Stahl has some words. Thank you.
I was unclear about procedures and the specifics of ex parte communications, and on that basis, I'm going to recuse myself.
So, Madam Chair, based on that information, we no longer have a quorum to continue this meeting, so the meeting will be adjourned.
Thank you. Given that new information, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Thank you.